Yo, can niggas hear me? Yo, why the fuck I see a commercial? This nigga could talk, y'all boys. Look at this shit.
Connected with more than 200 destinations. Oh, that's a lot of counting, man.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable.
Why were you hesitating?
Because there's a lot of different illnesses around. So I have family members that have like thyroids and they can't gain weight or they can't lose weight. But I think that they can manage to stay at a place that's going to be healthy for them. To me personally, I do feel like I can be at a better place. I'm working on it, and that's my goal.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that definitely people have ailments, there's different diseases and all that, but I think at the end of the day, what you can do, the best physical peak for your personal body is in your hands. You may not look like someone you want to look like, your ideal situation, but you can optimize your body to be the highest performance that you think that you can get to.
When I first started working out, I lost 60 pounds, and I did just 10 calories. I don't have to work out as hard. I did the treadmill. I went at an incline, and I just walked the whole time, watching a movie and just walked. I just made healthier choices, and I've been mindful about what I put inside my body.
Like you put in that effort, right? You made those conscious decisions to walk on the treadmill, count your calories. You were super exact with everything, and that's how both of you guys were able to lose so much weight, right? So your physique is 100% in your control. It's just that nobody wants to put the effort in.
Just so we can invite the disagreeers, that's a great point to agree or disagree. Whoever wants to pick up where we just left off.
So while of course there are aspects that I think you can control about your physique, I think there are more things that are out of your control. Like, it is so much more expensive to eat healthy than it is to eat like crap. If I go to the grocery store and I just want to buy a bunch of frozen meals, that's going to be so much cheaper than me going and buying fresh produce and fresh fruit and everything.
I disagree.
I disagree too.
Why do you disagree?
The prepackaged foods, the frozen ones, way more expensive. I've been on a budget, eternally. I always save money by just going to the grocery store and buying ingredients.
I agree with you on that, but I can go get a frozen meal sometimes for $1.50, $2, where if I want to cook a whole meal, like depending on what all the ingredients I'm getting, that could be $10.
Well, you'll get more.
Yes, but still, you have to think from people who have like no money and they're thinking like, oh, I can get.
I've had no money. I've had $12 for a week's amount of food.
I hear both. I think that you definitely, in the short-term mindset, it is cheaper. You go to a fast food restaurant, they have like a dollar menu. I think they've increased the dollar menu now. So, which is crazy. $2 menu. So that's valid, I think, but I think it's killing us in the long term. Like, it's like that short dopamine effect, the dopamine where you're like, oh, I just need something right now. I think that's the issue.
I also did want to, just touch on, other than like food costs, like there's also privilege when it comes to like having time to cook stuff. Like if you work a full-time job,
Losing their breath.
So for you, obesity is just the health parameter of how physically you can be. For you. It's not a physical manifestation of the body.
When the doctor says that bad word, it's he's looking on a chart versus saying you
How many
can't.
people have
But he's
been
saying,
that
but listen, he's not saying you're ill and you can't walk up that hill.
I've had doctors say that to
You
me.
go, I have that.
I've had doctors
I'm
say that
obese
to
and I
me.
can still walk up that hill. And that's what's fabulous about it, right? It doesn't automatically mean you're ill, but also down the road, absolutely it's gonna mean you're ill. You're lucky with your genetics currently.
Shawty right here in the middle is realizing this bitch is crazy.
What's fabulous about it, right? It doesn't automatically mean you're ill, but also down the road, absolutely it's gonna mean you're ill. You're lucky with your genetics currently. Down the road, it's not gonna be the same
But
story.
this is the thing, you think they're genetics, but since I was really young, I'm active. I'm an active woman.
I never said you're not active.
No, I know, but I'm just responding to what you're
Okay.
saying. I know you're not saying that I'm not active. I'm responding to what you're saying about the doctors and stuff like that.
Bro. Bro. There just ain't no way, y'all boys. Fuck. Yo.
Yeah, because I
have had doctors tell me that.
Tell you what?
That I'm obese and that
Yes.
I cannot exercise, that why am I not exercising, why am I not doing the effort. There's doctors that have bad diagnosed me for things I don't know.
Lucky with your genetics currently, down the road, it's not going to be the same
But
story.
this is the thing, you think they're genetics, but since I was really young, I'm active. I'm an active woman.
I never said you're not active.
No, I know, but I'm just...
Look at her motherfucking face, y'all. Look at her face, bro.
Genetics currently, down the road, it's not going to be the same story.
Shawty, look at Shawty in the pink face, bro. This shit is so crazy.
You think they're genetics, but since I was really young, I'm active. I'm an active woman.
I never said...
Soon as she's, bro.
The thing, you think they're genetics, but since I was really young, I'm active. I'm an active woman.
I never said you're not active.
No, I know, but I'm just...
Fuck, bro.
Responding to what you're saying. I know you're not saying that I'm not active. I'm responding to what you're saying about the doctors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I have had doctors tell me that.
Tell you what?
That I'm obese and that
Yes.
I cannot exercise, that why am I not exercising, why am I not doing the effort. There's doctors that have bad diagnosed me.
These niggas crazy, man. These niggas is fucking crazy. These niggas is fucking crazy.
For things that I've never had. And I've gotten medicated for things that I've never had. So it's like,
Right. Well,
it's everybody, it's different.
They're killing us too. So
Just we went down a tangent
Yeah.
for a minute. I wanna.
Oh my God, you can
we're
say
talking
that.
about we're talking about body positivity,
Yes.
whether we think it promotes unhealthy habits. We're gonna bring in our disagreeer.
Oh my God.
And then continue the convo.
Yeah.
So I didn't step forward because I really hate the toxicity that has come from people being like, oh, body positivity promotes obesity and blah, blah, blah. I hate that so much. I think there is like the minutest people who are doing that. The vast, vast majority, I do not think promote obesity. Body positivity, to me, is just loving your body, accepting your body how it is, and not hating yourself. Like, you shouldn't have to wake up every day because you're 400 pounds and hate yourself. Like, you know, I don't think anybody should be hating themselves. So that to me is what body positivity is about. And it's also about equality in how people are treated. Like, for example, Lizzo gets called out so much on like, oh my God, she's out there with her ass and stuff. Like, ugh, it's so disgusting. But Chapel Roan, who, God, I love Chapel Roan, was at Gumball and came out as Statue of Liberty and had her ass out. Did not see a single person online saying, oh, so why she have her ass out? You know, it's like, it's a double standard. People apparently hate fat bodies and don't think they should.
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style, at any scale, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many, from passion projects to enterprise-grade systems, everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
I'm always trying to be the best at what I do, trying to put my best foot forward. Everything I do, I want to try and win.
Should be seated.
I actually disagree with that because I do see people hating on Chapel Rowan for the way that she looks and her outfits, and there's going to be hate on both sides.
Oh, of course, there's going to be hate, but I meant like the volume of hate that Lizzo gets compared to Chapel Rowan. Like I would say, like it's much smaller. Like I just you constantly hear about like Lizzo, and you know.
I have a question. I have a question about Lizzo. Okay,
Always comes back to Lizzo.
One of the
Okay. She's lost weight too.
I know.
She's lost a lot of weight right now.
One of the few times I saw her streaming, she had this. Lizzo. Okay,
Always
one of
comes
the
back to Lizzo.
one of the. Okay.
She's lost weight too.
I know.
She's lost a lot of weight right now.
One of the few times I saw her streaming, she had this gorgeous cake was gifted to her, enormous. Went in with it with a fork and was eating constantly and talking to the camera while she was streaming. The volume of the cake that she ate, I just went, oh my God, how many people are watching this? This is absolutely, I just, it was a horrible representation. I hated every moment of it. What do you have to say about that?
Well, my question would be if there was a thin person.
Lizzo probably tore that fucking cake up, boy. What you talking about? Hey, man.
Doing that, would you have had that same reaction?
Yes. I'm about to look that shit up on YouTube real quick.
Okay, then I think it's more about like.
Nah, what am I doing? Let me not leave y'all out. Let's go find that shit real quick. I gotta see that. Oh shit.
Hi. I mean, we shouldn't talk to people like that. We shouldn't. Why am I going into the hand like this? All right, y'all can ask your questions. What kind of cake is this, first of all? Not bad. Baby, this is good. I want to just say what's up to Brazil. I want to take the moment to say hi to Brazil. They always in my live. Next question.
Jesus loves you.
Would you work with Dua Lipa? The album is in process. You know, I'm working on a lot of songs. I got like 140 songs. Forgot my name.
Fucking that shit up, man.
He's so much on TikTok. Songs like, I feel like when I was holding my emotions.
And look, Lizzo was promoting all that body positivity shit just to leave y'all ass and lose weight. That shit crazy as fuck, babe, man.
She's not promoting obesity by eating cake on camera. She's just, eating cake.
But if she's the representation of body positivity and she's behaving this way, is that promoting?
Have you noticed that she just posted a video that she lost weight? Like
no,
that was,
absolutely don't.
Yeah. She just posted a video and she lost weight. You can see the difference.
Because I don't want her in my algorithm.
So it was just probably that one day. You noticed that she just posted a video that she lost weight? Like
No,
that
no,
was
absolutely
that.
don't. I
She just
absolutely
posted
not.
a video.
I
She
absolutely
lost
did not.
weight. You can see the difference.
Because I don't want.
That little bit got an issue, bro. Little bit in the red. She got a fucking issue. I ain't gonna lie, fam. Like.
Her in my algorithm.
So it was just probably that one day that you saw her, but that doesn't identify her as the whole person.
Pink be fucking me up every time.
Yeah, in defense of Lizzo, not a sentence I want to read. In defense of her, I have seen her post like, oh, here's the green smoothie that I got, or here's me with my salad, or like, here I am at the gym. I think there is this weird stigma where people that are overweight have to be perfect all the time. They can never just like, just have a cake. And I agree, it's gorging. I agree, it's not great. Listen, I'm not saying that's great. Not great. But I'm saying that like this one instance of her doing this amidst all her other ones of her trying to be healthy.
Can I go on the opposite side of that, like with Lizzo? There's like Eugenia Clooney. She's a very petite, tiny woman. Why are people saying, oh, good job, Lizzo, like good job for eating healthier, but like when Eugenia Clooney's like trying to eat something like.
But is Eugenia Clooney allowed to have hashtag body positivity?
She does sometimes. So
Is she?
She promotes herself literally wearing like tiny outfits, showing her body.
That was my whole point. Is like these extremes are hijacking it.
Yeah,
I agree.
think,
They're not
like,
good representation.
Yeah,
No.
that like the algorithm, they will push out the most extreme cases because they get the most views, and that's what people want to see.
Yes, it's dangerous.
Including these conversations. Although this was pretty reasonable. All right, let's reset.
No matter who you are, there's no denying that injuries can really put a damper on your everyday life. Like seriously, being injured when I'm trying to hit a new PR legit sucks. Luckily, there's people out there who can make your life easier. Just know that if you ever find yourself getting injured, you can turn to Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan specializes in a wide range of personal injury cases found in the description below to start your free claim today. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this portion of this episode. Now, let's get back to the video.
Look what we found. Keep your devices monster-free with Surfshark. Just install the app on all your devices. There are
I have taken a weight loss drug. Will the agreeers please step forward?
I guess everybody's perfect.
I'm like trying to see like what do we define as drug? Just
I think we're talking about the
Like
weight,
Ozempic?
pills.
Yeah,
or...
weight. Well, any
like diet pills.
Any drug that you've taken.
Yeah, wait,
Sorry. But yeah, come on in. Let's hear your story.
I have used weight loss drugs before I knew the power of them in college, and that you could get them over the counter, but they were incredibly strong. Probably needed to be controlled at that time, but I was just so obsessed with my body size. I've pretty much my whole life, and that's just the culture, American culture that I was raised in and lived in, and so I would try drastic means, and I've done things that would just get you super wired. Even as an adult, once I figured out how to eat, I gained the weight back during the lockdown, like a lot of people did. And I go, gosh darn, I was so upset. And I took a prescription weight loss drug that was prescribed by a doctor, and I was able to drop the weight quickly. And I used it as a biohack. I used it short term just to get the weight off, because once the weight is off, now it's on you. You have to know how to eat.
So this is more recently.
Yep, and this is absolutely recent.
Was
too.
it like Ozempic, something like that?
Phentermine. You can get it prescribed. It's a controlled substance. It's hardcore, but it takes the thought process out of your mind. That thing, that monster that always tells you you're gonna get your next serotonin kick by that food, and you're hyper-focused on eating, and it takes that monster, it stops talking. So now, when the monster stops talking, you go, I can control this. I can make changes in my lifestyle in order to make healthier decisions to keep the weight off that I just lost with this drug, and yeah.
I was so desperate to lose weight. I was like on TikTok scrolling through, and like they were sharing like, oh, this drug does this and this and that, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and just blindly buy this thing, and showed up at a horrible time.
What kind of drug it was?
It was a pill that I took, and it like suppressed my want to eat food. But it also like had some really bad side effects. Like when I would eat, I would feel sick after, and I realized like, oh, I'm feeling horrible all the time and having this energy low and like just feeling physically sick.
How long were you on it?
I was on it for 2 months maybe.
Did you lose weight?
I lost some weight, but as soon as I got off of it, I gained all of that weight back.
You have to know what to do once you're there.
Exactly.
What are you gonna do?
Exactly. It was like the crutch, and like you just relied on it so much, and then once it was gone, you had to do your own thing, and
you have to figure it out.
You had to figure it out, and the pill was doing all that for you, and then for me, I gained more weight than I lost when I was on it.
Let's bring in our disagreeers.
So I've heavily considered taking Ozempic, but I've decided not to because you either have to stay on that drug long term to keep those effects, or if you get off of it, most people are gonna gain the weight back. So I'm no longer interested in anything that is not a complete lifestyle change. Like for me, I have learned over the years that I would prefer to be fat and happy than thin and miserable. So like right now, I'm just trying to, eat less processed food, stay away from like sodas and stuff for the most part. But I will never count calories, like, or because to me that leads to disordered eating habits.
For you?
For me
For her,
personally,
okay.
yes. I'm not talking for everybody.
Okay.
I'm not talking for everybody. But I will never count calories, like, or because to me that leads to disordered eating habits.
For you?
For me
For her,
personally,
okay.
yes. I'm not talking for everybody.
Okay.
I'm not talking for everybody, but for me personally, and I do think for a lot of people, it can lead to disordered eating.
Kind of circling back to the topic about taking weight loss drugs. Hell no, I would never take no weight loss drug. I worked really hard for my body, and I'm like a very big believer in that phrase, like if you wanted to, you could. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you be so much happier if you lost the weight and you look back on it and it was like, yeah, like I did that.
Exactly.
Like that was 100% all me. I didn't need no help. I didn't need no cheat codes. Like this was the work that I put in, and I got the results that I wanted.
And that was the mindset that I wish that I had before I took the drugs.
Yeah.
Because like I was super naive. I was like 18 years old, and I had no knowledge about anything, and I was looking for a quick fix because all these people were telling me, oh, you need to lose weight, you need to do this, and that was in my own household. So it was my family telling me this, along with my friends and everything like that.
It's a lifestyle change ultimately. These are tools that you can utilize, but if you are not changing your lifestyle to go with it, then what will happen forth? And so I think that's really ultimately what it is. If you're not ready to commit to the lifestyle change, using these tools is not going to help you.
When people do these quote unquote shortcuts, a lot of the time, like mentally, they're not there. So they lose the weight and then they're still like
not fixing the problem.
Exactly. It was like, it was this quick fix, and now that it's, they get off it, like everything mentally like that they were at when they were at a bigger weight is still there because they didn't put in that mental work, like doing it on their own.
For example, we gotta reset. Sorry, the next one. I'm getting the signal. Fit women are more attractive than fat women. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Damn! Bruh, ain't no way, bro.
I would definitely agree. Fit women are more attractive
Damn.
than plus-size women, only because me having this body, it shows that I can commit to something, right? And it shows that I'm hardworking, so I feel like men looking at my body can see, oh, okay, she's dedicated. She put in the work, and that can be an attractive quality that men see in me. I would definitely go for like a more muscular guy. So that kind of shows that we have something in common, something that we can work on together.
So gym dates.
Yeah, gym dates, for sure.
All right, thank you. Can we bring in the disagreeers?
I feel like I'm gonna get flamed alive right now. It's all good.
I'm bisexual, so I
Hey,
love
girl, me
women.
too.
I love women.
Yes,
What was that?
It's all good.
I'm bisexual, so I
Hey,
love
girl, me
women.
too.
I didn't
Flamed alive right now. It's all good.
I'm bisexual, so I
Hey,
love
girl, me
women.
too.
I love
Yes,
women.
yes, all the bisexual.
I think
Okay.
that all women are
me
beautiful.
too.
I
Hey,
love
girl, me
women.
too.
I love women.
Yes, all the bisexual.
I think that all women are beautiful. I've had relationship with women.
Look at black girl. Look at black girl.
I think that all women. I'm bisexual, so I love
girl, me
women.
too.
I love
Yes,
women.
yes, all the
Wait.
bisexual.
I think that all women. I'm
Oh,
bisexual,
shit, her
so I
too?
love
Oh,
women.
shit.
I love women.
Yes, all the bisexual.
I think that all women are beautiful. I've had relationship with women that are fit, they are not fit, variety. And I can tell you that personality-wise, the skinniest ones and the most beautiful ones have had a personality that I cannot work with. Me, personally, me. So, and it comes from a place that the way that I grew up, the way that they grew up, thoughts, minds, you surround yourself with people that you like, that is like you. Your personality has more beauty than the way that you look.
Your physical looks will disappear. My grandma, she used to be a very petite, tiny woman, grew up in the Philippines. My grandpa the same way. Now they're a little bigger, they're more comfortable. 50 years later, still in love.
Yeah.
My grandpa always makes jokes. Like when I remember growing up, he was like, "This is Burger King and this is McDonald's. I'm the king and I'm loving it." And I'm like, that's my grandpa. He showed me like you can appreciate a woman through all the changes, you know? Like,
exactly.
And that's why I love, like I could be, once I get skinny, like my boyfriend can still love me, but maybe he loves me more because how I am personally.
I think people like to be like, oh, it's always going to be the fit woman is more attractive than the plus size woman. I just don't think that's true. Like, there's a lot of beautiful fit women. There's also a lot of not very beautiful ones.
Right.
You know what I mean? To assume that size will always equal more attractive, I just think is like silly. It's a case by case basis.
Because I'm more on the healthy side.
Well, you can be thin and not healthy.
Yeah,
That's very
yeah,
clear.
exactly.
But the biggest issue I have with what you said, I disagree with you. I think as a fit girl as well, fit girlies, but I still disagree with you because there's beautiful women who are in bigger bodies. Like, I feel like it's an arrogance almost to be like, oh, because I'm fit, I'm more attractive. Like that's, it's ridiculous. And the biggest issue I have was what you said about men being attracted to you more just because you're fit. I think that that's basing your worth on a man. And I'm married, as a married woman saying that, I just don't understand what that has to do with the principle of just physical attractiveness. It has nothing to do with if someone else deems you as attractive. It's like just solely based on the physical. So,
She had to lock in real. She had to lock in real quick, like shit. Like
I just don't understand.
Shawty going in though. Y'all know I ain't girl.
That has to do with the principle of just physical attractiveness. It has nothing to do with if someone else deems you as attractive. It's like just solely based on the physical. So I 100% disagree with you.
I was debating actually stepping forward because of just what society has taught me my whole life. It's like, thin is more beautiful, thin is more beautiful, thin is more beautiful. And I've really had to work on unlearning that, like for so many years. When I was like, 19, 20, I was like, oh, the reason I'm not in a relationship is because I'm fat. Like I need to lose weight and then I'll become in a relationship, then someone will love me. And I thought that for so many years. And like my self-confidence was like down here. And I really had to work on unlearning that. And I'm still trying to unlearn that. But like I have learned over the years that people are attracted to different things. So if you ask one person, they're gonna tell you, oh, this is what I'm attracted to. And if you ask someone else, they might have a completely different answer. So I think attractiveness is subjective. I think when it comes to society 100% says skinnier is better.
I mean, I hear a lot of what you're saying, but I'm curious, anybody want to share, like, what is the type of body that you're attracted to?
To men, on men, other, or
well,
the
I don't know.
opposite.
There's people who are attracted to men. So whether it's men or women, what kind of bodies are you attracted to?
Because I've been smaller and bigger. I am tall. I already am eliminating a majority of people because I'm one taller man than me. But you know what? Somebody on your show, Zach Miko.
Was that the tall guy?
It was the model.
Oh, yeah.
The plus size model? He was
yes.
cute.
So
unfortunately married.
So it's like I have dated.
Fuck that he married.
Unfortunately married.
So it's like
Bitch.
The plus size model? He was
yes.
cute.
So
unfortunately married.
So it's like I have dated some fantastically gorgeous men, but when I feel most comfortable and myself and I can feel just kind of let it all out is a guy that's has some cushion. Gym people for gym people. And, and that kind of seems like unattainable, not my vibe.
No, I appreciate the specificity. Anyone else?
So I do have a type, but also like I've never dated before. So I'd say like my type goes from my type goes from like Prince Eric to Fluffy. Yes, the comedian Fluffy. I just feel like I could like hug him. Like he would give the best hugs and be like the best person.
It's a very
like,
wide range.
Yeah, very wide range of
A lot of them fit into
a
that
lot of
range.
infinites to that. But like I don't discriminate against like body type or anything like that.
It's funny because for me as a bisexual woman, like what I like in women versus what I like in men is like very different. So men, I'm very much like you. Like dad bods are kind of like what I'm the most attracted to. I don't want someone like super, super big, but I also don't like super skinny or like super, super buff. Like you have a little muscle, that's fine, but like the really buff guys, like not my thing. But for women, I like way more different kinds of women, like thin, big, like I don't know. I'm just way more attracted, I think, when it comes to different kinds of women. Like when I'm swiping on dating apps, like I'll maybe swipe on like 1 in every 20 men, and like women it's like 1 in 5. Women I just think overall are much more beautiful than men. Like even
and we have better profiles. Let's get.
They are. Women are more beautiful than men. On G, I could back that up for sure.
yes, that too.
All right, let's reset. It's okay for models to set a high standard for body image. Will the agreeers please step forward?
I did some modeling as a kid and as a
High standard for body image. Will the agreeers please step forward?
I did some modeling as a kid and as a teenager, and even now as an adult, I did pinup. There's definitely like a high expectation and standard, especially like in runway modeling and things like that, because they push out these clothing and they only do it in certain sizes. There's standards that different companies have that they want to push out certain things. So like for pinups, they want you to look a certain way, they want you to do your makeup a certain way, they want you to dress a certain way for that style. And same thing for like Victoria's Secret, they want to promote lingerie, and there's a standard for each company and they have to live up to that standard based on what they're trying to promote.
And personally for me, I always looked up to thin people. I always found them very beautiful. I was like, I want to be able to look like a Victoria's Secret model one day. It's okay to have a higher standard of beauty because it makes you want like, oh, I want to work harder on myself to achieve that type of body goal. I might not look exactly like them, like with the hips and everything, but I want to be able to look a healthy version of myself that looks something like that.
I think it's okay for models to have a higher standard of beauty because we are attracted to attractive things. A model is selling something. They're being hired to sell something, and they're going to make it, hey, look at this. Look at the dress I'm wearing. And you as a consumer, you don't want to look at somebody that is going to go, ugh, I don't even want to look at that person. What were they selling? I don't know.
Let's bring in our disagreeers. More disagreeers.
Being in the online school has definitely changed our daily structure. It's so much more relaxed. And now that Evan is a junior in high school, I have flexibility. He can go and then come back, check with him. Then he's done at a decent time of day after lunch. The experience has been really good.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
Here's than I expected.
I completely disagree. I think we all forgot what modeling industry has done for women in our society. I think we kind of went blank for a second. I'm a journalism major. I have my degree in journalism, and growing up with certain magazines, and those women, just because they were thin does not mean they were healthy. Have y'all ever seen America's Next Top Model?
Yes.
There's a lot of detrimental things that were happening within that society, within that community. And I agree with you, yes, we all want to look at something aesthetically pleasing, but that varies. Also, the modeling industry is known for not being diverse.
Right.
Hello? So I don't know, we just like blacked out for a second.
It's very diverse now. It was not when I started.
Yeah, but it's not that diverse now either. It's evolving, but I wouldn't go as far as saying it's that diverse. But I think that it can be very detrimental as a young woman. I think the body positivity movement kind of was created in juxtaposition because of the modeling industry of the 90s and early 2000s, how toxic that was.
I do think we have come a long way, but we still have like much further to go. The average size of the woman in the United States is a size 16. So why are we not seeing that reflected more on runways and modeling and stuff? You know, I also have issues with it when it comes to a lot of plus size modeling too, because a lot of plus size models, they have the curves, but they have no belly. And that's so unrealistic for most plus size women, where it's like, most plus size women, if you are a size 20 like I am, you're gonna have a stomach. And
most of those photos have been photoshopped.
Yeah, or they even put padding on smaller models to make them look bigger.
The standards keep changing. How many models do they need to show all the different body types that for this to sell one dress?
Sounds like there's a tension between the market. If the data says more
Right.
people click on this body, even if it's unrealistic,
Risks.
put that body in the ad.
Yes.
But what you're saying is that's unfair representation of the true customer.
Yeah, exactly, because then I'll like buy something that I saw on a plus size model who has a flat stomach, and then I put it on and I'm like, ugh, I hate this because it's clinging to like all the wrong parts. I just want to see something that it doesn't have to look exactly like me.
I think for a long time people thought that diversity in sizes wasn't marketable. Like, I can't make money from showing all this diversity of sizes, but I think that there are new brands coming, like Savage X Fenty with Rihanna. She has proven that you can have diverse bodies and you can still market and sell. And let's be real, most consumers are not the models. They look different.
Women should be fit enough to protect themselves. Will the agreeers step forward?
This is something that I always say. Listen, no shame to people that are thinner, but I just think you're so vulnerable when you're thin. Like, if you're petite and you're frail and you're not strong enough to fight back, I don't think that's safe for you. I'm a proponent of like building muscle. That way you're sturdy. That way if someone tries to come up on me, they're going to feel something.
I think we shouldn't have to. Yes. Like, it sucks that we're in a society that we do, but we have to.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
You're prone to danger at any moment. Know some punches, know some locks. I don't know, but yeah, definitely stay prepared.
Yeah, as someone who trains kickboxing, boxing.
Beat their ass, Dana.
And Muay Thai. At our facility, like, we do offer like women's self-defense classes, and like no matter like what body size you are, I highly recommend every single woman to take at least one class just so you know the basics and just like for your own protection.
Well, I got attacked by a dog once when I was on a walk. I came out of this house and it came after me, and I was with my friend. Of course, it comes after the big one. Don't get me wrong, but it was scary. I couldn't run away.
Cause you was probably fucking slower, duh. So of course it came after the big one. The other one probably ran faster, bro.
Away from that problem, but my friends were able to, and that came to my mind. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not good at cardio. I know what I need to improve more on. You need to be able to carry yourself, pull yourself up, or like you know, run.
Even for you, for your kids, you know, an emergency, your kid is swallowing something and it got stuck, or you know, everything around you needs your full potential energy. So yeah, definitely everybody work on their own pace and just make sure that you work on things that are going to help you and stay safe because it's dangerous.
Not to be an easy target.
Aside from dogs, which, has anyone ever been in a situation where they've had to defend themselves?
I can talk about it because it doesn't hurt anymore, but when I was young, I did get molested, and it's fine, I'm over it. I know it wasn't my fault. See, I work with my brain a lot, so for me, I was laying down, and it was more of a like situation where I couldn't move because of everything that was happening around me, and my thoughts were just like, I need to find a way to survive. I need to find a way to push this person from me, and I was 13, so it was like, you know what? Pray.
because there was a cousin sleeping next to me, and I was like, please have her move so I can move. And she did. And as soon as she moved, I found the way to just push him. Like I found the courage to push him off. It came from, I don't know where, but it came. And whatever happened after that. So it is a situation where as women, we are subject to not just men, but to a lot of people, and where we need to find a way to protect ourselves, and not just us, as we're growing older. Like we should be showing our children how to and who not to trust, instead of judging them, instead of expecting from them. You should be teaching them to find their way and what works for them, to find a courage to save themselves from whatever is going to be a struggle for them in the future.
Coconut Creek Mazda is the Mazda store that gives you more. We're in the customer service business, not the car business. Volume pricing made us #1. Customer service keeps us there. Right now, lease a new 2025 Mazda CX-5 2.5S Select all-wheel drive for $229 a month. We're doubling rebates.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that story.
I
That's
have
fucked up.
abused my body. Will the agreeer step forward?
Personally, for me, I've always suffered with anxiety and depression since I was young. I haven't grown up in the best areas. I used to self-harm in different ways. I suffered with like purging and everything, and like actually like physically cutting myself. Sometimes I even tempted to like burn myself. When I look in the mirror, I'm just like, what is wrong with you? And I was 13, 12, and around this time, I did not like the way I look. I'm not happy right now. And like the only thing I have control of, that I don't have money, I can control what I can do to myself. And it wasn't until like I got older and I started studying mental health, I started studying like different like ways you can take care of yourself with the resources I had. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not the best at my mind right now. And there's other opportunities I can control those bad thoughts. To let them out.
What were some of the tools that were most helpful to you?
Meditation really was a big thing for me. I loved meditating. Whenever I had those, I call it like noise, like those just thoughts in my head, like just talking. And I'm like, close your eyes, inhale, exhale, and just breathe. Just find your center and calm yourself. That's really helped me a lot.
Addiction is the disease that tells your brain that the problem is the solution. My biggest addiction was food, and and you get a serotonin kick. Everybody has a vice because that's something cheap and fast. At some point, you're not a victim anymore. Like you're actually doing it to yourself. This lifestyle of this and up and down, and how I even abused myself, how I used to talk to myself, and you're not good enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not thin enough. You know, you're never enough. Until I changed the way I spoke to myself, did changes ever happen and maintain?
Abuse my body a lot by being an emotional eater. Like I'm a very emotional person. Actually, I just found out last year that I have BPD. Ever since I was a teenager, I have struggled heavily with depression and suicidal thoughts, like all the time. Yeah, I have abused my body over the years, and I'm trying to love myself more, take better care of myself.
Don't try. Just do it.
Well, you say that, but it can be hard.
Make it easy. Make it easy. Make it easy to speak to yourself in a kind way.
Yeah.
I just got upset because you don't want to be on this. You're a gift. How dare you take that beautiful gift away? How dare you? You're not allowed to do that anymore, okay? You're here. You have to speak to yourself kindly. Be nice to yourself. Your family members, how would they tell somebody else that's speaking to you that way to you? And you do it to yourself, that's not okay. You can change it, make a choice.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot better over the years, that I'm much kinder to myself, and I wish I could like tell my younger self to like be kinder.
But you can tell her right now.
Oh,
you can tell that baby right now, she's good enough and she's meant to be here.
Thank you.
Fuck.
I'm like, I just want to give you a hug because I relate to your story so much. I was an emotional eater too. I still am an emotional eater. I'm working on it so much, but like when I was getting bullied in middle school, like I was getting called fat and all these things, and I was literally getting notes handed to me saying that I was like a fat whale. It really messed me up, and it made me attempt suicide a few times, and I was a child. I was 12 years old, and it wasn't until after I attempted and my family found out, because now I don't think that way anymore. That's why I'm such a huge advocate for mental health and just love yourself. You have to love yourself in order to change things that you want to change.
And them niggas fucking pussy.
Can I bring in this? For the people who came in, the disagreeers with this prompt, what have been the most valuable tools or resources in your life to not abuse your body?
I think of the highest version of myself, and I try to show up as her every single day. When I have dark thoughts or when things are hard, I'm like, okay, the highest version of Alyssa, she's a baddie, she's disciplined, she loves herself, and I kind of show up as her.
I 100% agree with that. I'm a very big believer in if you say things out loud and manifest them, then they will come true, because eventually you do end up getting that mentality switch, right? If you wake up and the first thing that you say to yourself in the mirror is I'm ugly, that's what you're gonna go about your entire day believing, but maybe writing something down, having it on the mirror and stuff, and starting every morning smiling and with positivity, then you'll carry that energy through the entire day, the entire week, the entire month, and eventually your entire life.
If you have a network of people that if you're feeling any kind of emotion or going through anything, having that kind of community to help you figure out how you can go about this without doing some detrimental harm to yourself, I think it's really amazing. And again, a privilege that I was able to have that. And if nothing else, I hope anyone watching this can really see and empathize, and you can't just look at someone and be like, oh, they're this and that, or they're lazy, or they don't work hard enough. I think this conversation has just been so illuminating for me, and I hope it's illuminating for everybody.
For me, also, just adding to what helped me get out of the depression that I had was I sat down and I cried. I would cry in my room and acknowledge the things that I needed to change, even though it was going to cost me. And I had supporters like my family. My sister's my biggest supporter. I love you with all my heart. And you really need
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
to work on yourself. Make a better choice. Change your body if it's necessary, if you can, but be healthy, because we're not getting any better. This world is just gonna get harder. So we need to be healthy and prepared for whatever we need to do, So yeah, work out safely, and everybody, we hope you're healthy for the longest time, because man.
I definitely agree with letting out a good cry, because I was an emotional eater.
I cried a lot.
I was such an emotional eater. I held all of my emotions in, and what I would do is I would eat instead of letting that emotion out and recognizing the emotion. And it wasn't until I let out that cry, I reached out to the people.
Yeah, you reach out for help.
You reach out to the people that you trust and you feel the safest with. And I did that I started to realize oh, I need to change this. It isn't healthy to go to the food instead of going to the people. You got to go to your people.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. The day after my mom passed, I just came back, literally I took a plane back to California to be with my family while she was in her coma. And that day I was just you know what? My mom's gone. I want to be gone, And the only person I really trust and love and care for and adore is my grandma. She is my rock. And I remember looking at her we got home, I'm like, Grandma, I'm done. This is it. And she told me, and this is the only thing that keeps me going till this day, is the moment you're gone, I lost you, I lose your mom, I have no one. And reaching out to my grandma and telling her I'm ready to just end it, it made me realize if I keep hurting myself, I'm not just hurting myself, I'm hurting the people who love me the most. Making sure when you're going through your hard spot, just know you're not alone in that. There's people around you who do truly love you, and they want you to reach out to them and tell them what's going on with you. So I always recommend that. I'm so sorry.
What she said, don't ever apologize.
Ever, especially as a woman. Stop apologizing.
I love that.
Thank you all so much for the vulnerability and for sharing your opinions through the discussion. Thank you guys for watching Middle Ground. Subscribe, Watch more Middle Ground, listen to Radical Empathy, and leave a positive or thoughtful comment because these folks are human. All right, thanks all.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I'm so happy this was like a positive. I was worried after watching the med one. I was like, I'm ready to tussle. And everything was like so empathetic.
Need a group hug. If anyone needs, I'm like, I don't know if everyone's okay with this.
This is the best thing I've ever my Sunday.
I love it here.
Girl's so fucking weird, bro. Just had to hug it out there. Fuck, I'm over there in the videos. I'm about to put on some brain rot for y'all. Oh yeah, the man. Oh yeah, straight up.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity?
Yes.
Shame is what led me to an eating disorder.
Whose fault is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is
Whose fault is that?
stability.
That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim.
Would you agree, like, looking at his physique, like, he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy?
No.
You think?
He's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
My name's John. I host the Radical Empathy podcast. I used to direct episodes of Middle Ground, but I'll now be moderating today's discussion between jacked men and fat men. Our first prompt is, I have felt disgusted looking at a fat body. Can our agreeers please step forward? Whoever feels compelled to start us off.
Well, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Okay. That's a great start.
What the fuck? Yo. Fuck, man. Oh shit, that nigga Myron got that nigga came in strong as fuck. What?
Whoever feels compelled to start us off.
Well, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Okay. That's a great start. I mean, I know why you say that, but it's one of those things where, do you know why you're saying that?
Yes, because I've been fat before and I lost the weight.
Well, me too. I've been fat my whole life. I've been way skinnier than I am now, and I've been way heavier than I am now. Was I less valuable at one point in there?
Well, I mean, you can make an argument that you're less valuable when you're fatter because you drain resources, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I mean, in general, being fat is unacceptable because you control every single morsel of food that goes into your mouth.
Okay.
It shows a lack of discipline, it shows a lack of character, it shows a lack of temperance, and when you're fat, it's an outward manifestation of your inadequacies.
When I see somebody who's 500 or 600 pounds, all I can think of is, why do they care so little about their health that they can do this, allow themselves to gain that much weight, knowing it's taken 20, 30, 40 years off their life? I just can't imagine not wanting to live that badly.
I understand that. No, it's, I've definitely felt disgusted looking at.
On a distant world, you faced the enemy. And all the while, you were vacuuming. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
My own body and looking at other fat bodies in my life. A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself and then projecting that feeling onto other people. And I don't think anyone on either side will disagree that health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse when I was spending every fixate of my life trying to get smaller and trying to be thinner.
I don't think there's anyone that can look at somebody 500, 600, 700 pounds and not think, wow, what have they done? And not be disgusted. Like, how can you not? I just can't understand
You can't
nobody
assume that
thinking
everyone has the same opinion, though, because unfortunately, some people have emotional stuff that happened, traumatic stuff that's happened, so you can't discount and just say, oh, because they're fat.
Boo-hoo, man. Like, there's way worse stuff going out in the world versus
Absolutely.
people saying, oh my God, I'm sad, I'm gonna eat some ice cream. It's like, no, dude, it's like, you're fat, you made that decision, you live in the best country ever. If you live in a civilized first world country where you have electricity, internet power, etc., you deserve to be bullied. It's ridiculous to me that we have all these fat people running around, meanwhile people are being bombed in Gaza. It's ridiculous. We are so privileged here in the United States and in the West in general. When I see a fat person, I'm like, wow, you got the gift of life. You got the gift of being in a developed country, and you're a fat POS talking about body positivity on TikTok? What the hell is going on
But now you're
here?
segmenting though, because not everyone thinks like that. What do you
No, we
call
need to bring shaming back.
Okay.
We need to bring shaming back in so many other regards besides obesity. We need to do it with sluts. We need to shame fat people. We need to shame everybody when they fuck up. Because shame has been one of the strongest defenses against degeneracy and human fuck-ups.
You had a personal experience you wanted to share. You said you used to be overweight. Now you're not.
Oh yeah. So I did an experiment back in like 2015 where I like bulked for like almost 2 years, and I got up to like 250 pounds. And then I dieted down. It took me about 7 months. I systematically did it, control my calories, tracked my macros, tracked my protein, carbs, fats, and systematically lost 1 to 2 pounds per week.
So you chose to gain up to 250.
Yeah,
you were
so
naturally
I've been in all
skinny
spectrums.
beforehand.
Like I'm naturally skinny.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I was like, all right, I'm gonna get fat as an experiment.
Yeah.
Did it, and then I was like, all right, now I'm gonna lose the weight. And then all I did was just track my calories, ate the same food every single day.
Yeah.
Went to the gym 4 or 5 times a week. And everything was controlled, and it got done. Was it monotonous? Of course. Was it boring?
No,
Of
yeah,
course.
I agree with you there. I am naturally this way. This is with working out 4 or 5 times
That's
a week.
not true.
It's 100% true, bro.
Nah, bro.
No,
Come to the gym with
it's
me.
not.
This
It's
is me
not
working out.
natural at all, because at the end of the day, if you don't lose weight, by definition, you're not in a calorie deficit. If you're not in a calorie deficit, then you're gonna either maintain or gain weight, and that's the problem. Is that people don't track their calories.
And that's true, but people burn at their resting metabolic rate a different set of calories.
Doesn't matter.
Let's not get too granular right now. Ragini, it's gonna be one of those episodes, right? Let's bring in the disagreeers and hear from them.
Okay, so the reason I disagreed, especially when I heard the statement, I don't think I'll ever look at somebody based on their situation and think that I'm disgusted. Like, if I see somebody that's a drug addict on the street that's homeless, I'm not disgusted by that. If I see somebody that's incredibly overweight, I'm not disgusted by that. Do I think that there's an opportunity for growth? Do I think they've been put in a disadvantageous position that's probably makes it harder for them? Absolutely. I think I'm kind of an empath, so when I see somebody, I know that there's things underlying, and one of my best friends is 400 plus pounds. I've helped him lose 150, 200 pounds. He's gained it back. And I don't look at him and say, I'm disgusted, but I know how bad he wants it. And just seeing how hard he tries and then reverts, it's almost more tough for me than to be like, oh, that's disgusting, you know? And I think there's plenty of people that look at me and say, that's disgusting. I never want to look like that. So like, I know what it feels like on the other side to like look the way I do and get people look at me like, ugh, that's gross to like have that muscle. And to go back to that point, like you came from a fit place and like deciding to bulk, like that's a conscientious decision to gain weight. Like you already have those habit routines and skills in order to stay in shape. And then you use those same skills you had to pull back on the calories and knowledge you had.
The reason why I use that example is that you can get fat and lose the weight if you know what you're doing and you have the knowledge and everything else like that. It's just about consistency over time. So it's like, I look at it like...
let me cut you off, because here's one thing that you just said.
Yeah.
You had the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing things. But
okay, let's talk about said
no,
tools.
hold on, I'm not done.
Well, you cut me off
I'm
before,
not done.
remember?
And I stood over there and I listened to you, and I was like, it's a ton of bullshit too.
Sure.
But we're gonna address this, right?
Yeah.
You are passing judgment on people who lack the tools to do what it is that they need to do to get themselves to a certain point of health. There are multitudes of factors that weighs into what goes on with somebody's body. There are people that even if they work out, losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym, cutting calories, watching everything that you eat. There are some people that have a disposition. I have a disposition. But does that mean that I'm not active? Does that mean that I'm not doing certain things? No, it doesn't. But you're passing judgment on somebody's body that you know nothing about. Now, on the flip side, what if I turned around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit and stuff that you are, but you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys. So how does that feel if someone comes? No, because you said shame, right?
That's a little,
You said shame, right?
Yeah.
So how does that feel if someone comes up and they start shaming you for size? Like, come on, it goes both ways.
We're just in the first
So,
prompt. We got to be
here's the
careful
thing.
about targeting each other too directly. You
No, I mean,
definitely-
I'm not offended. It's fine. He's
No,
emotional.
it goes
and that's
in
fine.
every direction.
He's obviously very triggered.
Oh,
But
I'm
yeah,
not
so let's talk
triggered.
about, let's hit the first part, tools. What are the tools? The tools are simply knowledge, which you can
I'm not triggered.
get for free on the internet. If you have the ability and the discipline to go out there and get the knowledge, then you're gonna lose weight. It's just that simple. It's just that people want to always make excuses for why, oh, my feelings, oh, I don't know what, you don't know what people are going through, blah, blah, blah. No, you can watch your calories, you can go to the gym, you have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I don't think anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards it?
While you were enjoying the house all to yourself, your neighbor saw everything. But hey, at least your shave is smooth. Schick HydroSilk has 5 curve sensing blades that follow your body, even your knee. They're smooth, then they're Schick HydroSilk.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
Well, like I said before, it's a culmination of a bunch of bad decisions. I'm not gonna go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a fat ass to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique, because your body's outward manifestations,
There's more
other decisions,
factors to a
your
human
consistency.
being than their body.
Well, you could judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy, and that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Abe, I saw you wanted to say
I mean,
something.
just to take it back to the prompt, I think we just kind of went all over the place there.
Yeah, we're still focusing on the word disgust.
Just the word disgust. I mean, I would never look at someone and show disgust towards them. I mean, I think I would respect, like you said. I mean, you don't respect everyone, like you said, but I think...
Respect is earned.
I mean, it is earned, but I mean, I think at a humane level, we can learn to appreciate each other's differences.
Yeah, I don't know if like disgust would be the right word, right?
I know.
Greg mentioned some health implications with being overweight or obese.
Yeah.
I think being concerned might be a better.
That's the word I was going to go
better
for.
word.
Like
but
I can show concern for someone for the way that they are, but I would never look at someone and say like, you're disgusting.
But is it any
Like-
different than if you see somebody who's extremely anorexic, they're 50 pounds, you look at them and you're in shock? Oh my God, like something happens in your body you can't control. You can't stop that.
There
Like
could
how
be a-
can
there
you
could be a
not?
shock
It's not, I
factor,
don't
but
hate them.
that's different
It's just,
from-
wow, oh my God, it's like, it's disgusting. Like, holy goodness
But
gracious.
why
That's a
would
shock
you
factor,
use
though.
the word
That's not
disgusting,
disgusting.
right?
Disgusting.
So you just mentioned the polar opposite of what we are, right? But why would you look at them and be disgusted versus concerned? That is a very specific word, and it has very specific connotations behind it. And when it's used, it's somewhat weaponized as well.
I don't think we can help how we feel. I don't think I can choose like, oh, I just am not. It would be sitting here and lying. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I'm always gonna be honest with people. I'm disgusted. This is just how I feel.
The thing is, when you see a fat person, the reason why it's disgusting and the reason why there's so much pushback on this whole body positivity and people make fun of Lizzo, rightfully so, by the way, is because it's unattractive, it's unhealthy. Until we had this woke era, they used to put like models and attractive people on the cover of magazines that were in shape. Why? So that people can aspire to look like that. And it's healthy and it looks better in general. You look good, feel good. But when you're fat, it says a lot about you. People aren't gonna sit there and be like, let me see if he's a good person. No, they're just gonna assume that you're lazy, which you are, by the way, when you're fat, and you don't have discipline, which you are, by the way. So they're just gonna assume off of what they see. That's the world that we live in.
I love how you stated a ton of assumptions. You didn't state not one fact. You just stated assumptions.
I want to move on to the next prompt, but we're definitely...
Can I say one thing? Just one question. Yeah. Like, let's say you knew he used to be 600 pounds, and how much do you weigh now?
I'm 384.
And now he's 384. Do you see him as less disgusting knowing he's lost 220 pounds?
No, that's fantastic.
I
but
think yes,
there's still work to be done. But here's the thing, like I said before, unfortunately, human beings judge a book by its cover. It's just the world that we live in. Fat people, people that identify as 97 genders, whatever, they expect us to change our worldview for them, and that's just not how the world works. Like it's been that way, it's always going to be that way.
That's I think what I don't get.
It's just the world that we're in. Like people are gonna,
yeah, it's different. Yeah, my bad.
Now let's reset. Jacked men are more attractive than fat men. Will the agreeers please step forward?
How come there's 4 guys over there? All right, so we're living in a bizarre world where people don't see the truth. Like, how is it possible that they're thinking, no, being obese and unhealthy is more attractive than being fit and healthy? How is this possible?
Actually, you know what? This is precisely why a majority of women find the majority of men as unattractive. Because a lot of guys think this way, oh, I'd just be a nice guy and girls are gonna like me. No, they're not. She's not gonna suck your dick with the same velocity when you're fat as when you're in shape. She's just not. See, people don't understand that women are aroused by one thing and they're attracted by another thing. Women are attracted to, you know, a guy that's confident, ambitious, makes money, etc. Of course, right? But they're aroused by guys that have asshole tendencies, dark triad traits, etc., and guys that are physically in shape. So if you want to get the best of your woman, where she respects and admires you, while simultaneously being aroused by you so she doesn't cheat on you, you need to have it all.
You're saying that's true for all women?
A majority, a staggering majority of women.
There might be 1% of the world that have, there's something wrong with them that might think that, yeah, you're 600 pounds, it's so hot, I love that, but.
The hot girls that you actually want, they exercise their hypergamy to the highest degree, and they want guys that are fit and have their money together, have their life together.
You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Yeah, because the question was, are jacked men more attractive? We all walked over. Are we more attracted to jacked men?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming they framed that because we're all guys here they mean women.
Well, men can be attracted to men.
If I had to
we're just
switch
saying.
teams, I'm going with the jack guy.
Obviously, this is going to be like personal biases, but I think attraction is very fluid in the sense that I can 100% admit, like, there was probably 40 pounds of muscle ago is when most women would be like attracted to me. Of course, like fitness girls, they're totally okay with the size I am, but like probably most girls, I'm like too much for. So I guess like where do we draw that line of like, I think, for example, like you would be much more attractive to most women than me. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that doesn't mean that like if you walked up to a girl and let's say you're not her, like you're a little bit more muscular than she would, like if you have the charm and charisma, she gonna still go with you, man. It don't matter.
I have an interesting point, and no shade on you, but I think if you had Zach right on the end.
Yep.
If you put Zach and Greg and you put them next to each other and you did a poll, I think that most women would probably pick him if you had to like, because he's got the height and all that. What would you guys say to that?
No.
No? No. Well, we can put it to the test.
But that's not really fair. I'm 48 years old. He's a lot younger than me. He's about a foot taller than me, but you can't compare. I'm an old man. I'm 48 years old.
Obviously, height is a big component. So that you know, so it's not you're comparing apples to oranges. But if you take the same guy, same height, etc., but one guy is fat, one guy's in good shape, she's always gonna go with the guy that's in better shape.
Because I've been so surprised to see on Instagram, there'll be like guys doing like an outfit try on, like not in shape in the slightest bit, and all the comments are women like, I wish like men knew this is how we wish they looked, and like, oh, this is like the dream.
They're liars,
media.
man. Liars for
to look good.
One thing
for
about
clout.
you can never believe what women say, man. You
Correct.
You believe how they behave, not what they say.
That's a different episode.
That's all right. Figure it out.
Kai is 7. He's a goofball. He'll tell you jokes for days. I remember.
So that boy ain't spitting?
Yeah. I disagreed mostly just with the blanket statement because attraction is so subjective. I am a big and tall model by trade. That's what I do. I model clothing brands. I've modeled with major fashion houses. I've been on the covers of magazines. You mentioned before dad bod comments and whatnot on social media. I was flabbergasted when I started how many people were commenting and DMing me and talking about how attractive I was, that it just kind of, I don't know, showed me that attraction is a lot more subjective than I thought, and people have a much wider range of what they find attractive than specifically a body type.
Is being jacked the most important trait for being attractive? I'd argue for guys, it'd probably be otherwise, right? I think height would be a very
money, height, fame, like what can you bring to the table?
The number one thing is status. By far, status.
People also go after what they think they can get. So if this guy is 6'5" and extremely attractive, and it's like, well, I can't get that guy. I'm attracted to the 10 on 10 supermodel, but I'm not going to get her, so I'll be happy with the 9.9 on 10.
Just to be clear, are we speaking about women being attracted to men?
It's not just about women. It's just about attraction. What is the most attractive, in your opinion, physique for a man?
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm
anybody.
sexually fluid. So my law of attraction.
That's what my favorite fucking rapper said. Shot zero shot, man.
To anyone's standards, pretty much. I'm attracted to people in general. So you could be jacked, you could be more plus size, you could be skinny, you could be whatever it is.
Look at that motherfucker face. What the fuck?
You are. If I'm attracted to you, I'm attracted to you.
What are the traits you find most attractive?
I think the way that you carry yourself is a really big thing for me. I can't date someone who lacks confidence because I feel like that seeps into other aspects of your life.
Do you mind if I jump in on the confidence thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So growing up, wasn't too confident in myself, and I gained that confidence when I started losing weight. And I noticed it was me putting myself in positions to get more opportunities with women. Right now, I'm single right now, but I'm doing okay. But the confidence came from me losing weight. So I do agree that it's a subjective kind of standpoint, but socially, I understand that physically fit men, that's just like what everyone's like. It's like what,
I don't
that's
think
what
it's as
trends towards.
subjective as guys are trying to say. Attraction isn't a choice, and there are hardwired traits that women look for in men. And what I've come to realize is that what women put out there is what they find attractive or politically correct things. Oh, he has a dad bod. He's nice. He's a good guy. The reality is that women don't respond well and favorably to these men. There's a reason why nice guys finish last is a thing. It's because when you're too nice and you kind of bend to her will, etc., girls aren't aroused by that. Girls don't want to say what they're really aroused by. Guys that are able to stand up to them, guys that are able to tell them, well, that was a stupid comment, or hold them accountable for their stupidity when they do dumb things. This is what women find attractive because these are leadership traits.
Have any of those things happened to you, though?
Well, I mean, I've talked to almost 3,000 women, and what I've come to realize from talking to all of them is that most of the time, you know, when they're in a comment section of TikTok, like, you're so handsome, blah, 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 will they actually go on a date and have sex with that guy? Probably not. But they say that because it's politically correct, and women tend to not want to be adversarial. They're going to say what sounds good, but what they're actually aroused by are two different things.
But they're married to those guys.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was
Most
getting to.
often they're married to
I'm married
And
to
marriage is a failed institution in the West, and this is why most men get divorced by women. This is why they get destroyed in the divorce courts. This is why women overwhelmingly initiated the divorce rates in America. 80% are initiated by women. Because we sit here and we lie and we believe what women say they're actually attracted to.
Let's go back to attraction for a second, though, because I'm married.
Sure.
I have a child.
Cool.
I have a beautiful wife. I was this size the entire process through it.
Would you say that you're an average guy?
I would say that I'm bigger than average.
Yeah, you're not an average guy.
And a model
You're not
for,
an average
for
guy.
being slightly overweight.
I wasn't a model when I started
But
dating
you are a
my wife.
very good-looking, tall,
I was a
big
bartender
guy
fucking
who's
doing
on
whatever.
magazine covers. So
But I
out
know,
of the
I think-
million guys overweight, you're at
But
the
you're not
top.
an average guy.
But I think what you're
I'm
missing
saying-
is he just said that he wasn't any of those things.
He's not 5'6",
before
man, like
he
me.
met his
I was-
Try
wife.
being 5'6" and doing
No,
it.
I totally agree with you. Well, that's what I was gonna actually agree with Myron for a second. Believe it or not, we were talking about. You mentioned status, and then a lot of people other mentioned confidence. So you even put in your own pecking order ahead of being jacked or being physically
status, for sure.
attractive. Wouldn't you say that matters more? Confidence, how you carry yourself, how you do it?
I mean, the prompt was simply, is it either you're jacked or
And
are you fat?
I'm not
What's
gonna
more
argue
attractive?
the fact that our society definitely finds jack guys more attractive, but I disagreed with the statement because it was a blanket statement that I have found untrue in my own life.
This nigga Myron got the funniest fucking faces, bro.
Because
like, what the fuck, bro?
Blanket statement that I have found untrue in my own life.
Do you, all of you, feel like you'd be more or less attractive, let's say 50 pounds lighter than you are, and simply like just body fat?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that I struggled with for a while is, in me losing weight, am I still going to be able to book the jobs that I book? Because I've built an entire brand off of my body. I mean, granted, like, coolest and off of my body. I mean, granted, like, coolest, like, you know, I did something.
This nigga Myron got the funniest faces, bro. If you just lock in on him, bro, this shit funny as fuck. Like, look how the man looked down at, bro, when he hit body.
I mean, granted, I've built an entire brand off of my body. I mean, granted, like, coolest, like, you know, I did something that's all my own. Like, I worked on that. But then I was also just like, if I lose this, are you still gonna want me to, like, do this campaign for you? Are you still gonna want me in your magazine? Are you still gonna wanna dress me? And then I had to, like, take a step back and say, like, well, what is it for me? Do I want to be skinny? No. Do I want to look like Greg? No. Do I want to look like Myron? No. But I know I want to look like me. I think talking about the law of attraction, you focus so heavy about what women would find attractive and the perspective of the woman. And I feel like, are you even attracted to yourself? When you look in that mirror, when you put your clothes on, are you like, damn, like, I did that? Because when I got up this morning and I threw on my outfit, I was just like, yeah, I ate that.
Well, if you're going to talk about being attractive, etc., typically people are speaking from a romantic sense, from a heterosexual standpoint of men and women. So that's why I answered the question, because it was very broad. That's what I mean. But of course, you need to be able to look at the mirror and respect the man that you see looking back at you. When you look back and you see the guy and you're in shape, etc., and you feel good about yourself, look good, feel good. A byproduct of that is that women just tend to find you more attractive. It all works together in tandem.
Are you happy with the way you look?
Of
course, of course. But I had to work to build this physique, and it took many years. I was an athlete in college, was a Division I athlete. It took many years to be able to do this. So, I'm able to. I rowed in college. Crew.
Oh, sweet.
Rowing, yeah.
I like rowing.
So I think when fat people look at the mirror and they say, "Oh, I like that," that's coat, man. No, you don't. They say that to try to bring themselves up, but the reality is, most of the time when you're fat, you look in the mirror, you're like, "Damn, I really let myself go."
Not every.
But you're
fat
like, you know what?
person-
It's not that much of a priority, so fuck it.
Abe didn't get to answer the question going around.
Yeah, I was in the same boat as you, just because I feel like I don't agree with the blanket statement. Personally, for myself as a gay man, I find myself attractive. I would say like I go for guys like you as well, and I feel like I get a lot of hits on those types of guys, and I'm pretty content with how I navigate my attraction, and I think it goes a lot to the status and their confidence. So.
I am Calypso, and I'm hosting a tournament. If you win, I will grant you a single.
Like you said so.
All right, let's go to the next prompt. After 4 years, the Radical Empathy podcast is now back.
There's a new episode out now.
Go give it a listen. The body positivity movement is problematic. Will the agreeers step forward?
Well, I think where it becomes a problem is obviously you should be comfortable in your body, and if you genuinely love how you look, great, but you can't ignore your health. Being someone who is overweight, I've been fortunate enough not to have any extreme complications other than knee pain and stuff like that. But I know people that, that are my size or bigger, and they have cholesterol problems, heart problems, diabetes. I have none of that. So the body positivity movement becomes a problem when you hide behind this shield of, oh, I should love my body, da 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 da. Great, but you have to be healthy too. You can't ignore your vitals. You gotta check yourself on the inside.
Yeah, I think the big thing is you have to separate the health implication with you just being confident, right? I'm all for people to feel confident in their own skin. I think body positivity movement has been beneficial for plus size people in that regard, right? Because let's say there's a plus size person who's too embarrassed to go to the gym because they feel like they're gonna be judged, whatever it is. But it's because of body positivity, they're like, oh, hey, I see other plus size people in the gym, maybe I'm gonna give it a try. And all of a sudden they start going, they're like, oh man, I like this, right? And they keep it going. You can argue that without body positivity, maybe that day would have never happened for that person, right? But I think the problematic part really comes down to people extrapolating body positivity, shaming a celebrity, like let's say Adele, for losing weight, right? That's where I would kind of draw the line there.
Well, promoting Lizzo. Making fun of Adele for losing weight, but promoting Lizzo for being a fat. It's unacceptable.
Do we feel, are a lot of people doing that?
I think the thing around Lizzo is it's not just the weight, it's the lifestyle. You see her drinking all the time and partying and not sleeping. There's so little to do with health. It's not just she's promoting loving yourself, which I think is great. She's promoting a lifestyle that is unhealthy, being very overweight, drinking, not sleeping. All of these things are not conducive to your health. So I think you conflate that, and sure, being body positive is important, loving yourself, loving the way you look. But if that's gonna influence other people to make bad decisions about their body and their health, that's problematic.
Body positivity is disempowering people. It's making them think that they're healthy at any size, which they're not. And so as soon as you start telling people, hey, just love your body, like Lizzo will literally rub her belly and said, you're giving me all this power as she's eating a burger and she's promoting being obese. By doing this, you're just ruining it for people who actually should think, wait a minute, I can lose weight, I can go to the gym, I can eat less, I can do this.
Personally, my problem with body positivity isn't necessarily what it stands for, and I feel like there's a misconception because there are those people that they use it to justify fatness and just I don't even want to say fatness. I want to make it very clear, unhealthiness. because there's someone like me who I wouldn't say I'm necessarily part of the body positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity because it's all encompassing. It's inclusive of what everybody, is doing within their journey. When I expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them and stuff like that. And my response to it was, well, if you're championing body positivity, then what I'm doing should not be a problem, because the entire time that I've been advocating for people that look like me or people who have been othered in any capacity in general is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters. And so body diversity is important to me because for a guy like you or a guy like the two of you might suffer from body dysmorphia. And that's a very real thing. You might not see yourself for what you really are. And so you're seeking unhealthy habits to achieve a goal. To get where you want to go, like you just got to give it time. Be healthy in it, in all aspects, like mentally, physically. You've got to find the right avenue to do what it is that you need to do for yourself.
The body positivity movement is a huge psyop to keep us fatter and stupider. It's all a scam. The reality is that Big Pharma wants money, and they understand that when you're fat, you have more health problems. They understand that you're going to need insulin, you're going to need medication, etc. And they make a bunch of money on us being sick. There is no incentive to actually have you be healthy. So let's go ahead and make our people fat as hell, get them in the hospitals, get them on medication, continue to make money, etc. It's all a big psyop.
So you believe it's all intentional?
Sup, sad sacks?
My kids?
No, these. Try this toasted chicken bacon ranch with melty provolone. Warm and comforting, huh? Not like my dad. New toasted sandwiches at Jimmy John's. Oh, that's good.
You may get a little excited when you shop at Burlington.
What a low price! You see that? They have my favorite brand! It's like a whole new Burlington! I can buy two! Woo!
I'm saving so much! Yeah!
Get more, spend less.
Yes, we promote mediocrity.
I feel like it's a subset. Yes, I'm sitting here because I do think that there is a part of it that is problematic. But I think that the problematic part of it is a subset of people that use it as a tool to weaponize whatever it is that they're doing.
I think the whole movement is a problem. The body positivity movement in general is a problem. All of it.
So you shouldn't feel positive even about your own, like for you, for instance,
well,
right?
I
You're not
think
positive
if you
about
haven't
your body?
earned, here's the thing, being happy and content with yourself, it's not given, it's earned. You have to go out there, work, and then you're gonna feel that satisfaction, like, I earned that, that feels good.
So at what point do you earn it though?
When you can look back in the mirror and actually, genuinely, not coping, respect the man that you see before you. And the reality is, people are gonna realize that you're gonna need to achieve a certain physique, because you have all these fat people, I love my body. No, you don't. It's a lie, dude. You're just coping, you're lying to yourself. And now all these people on Instagram and TikTok with the body positivity movement are lying to themselves. They're not happy where they wanna be. They just accept that because they're too lazy to make a change.
No, but I genuinely do love my body.
Right now as you are?
Yeah.
Then why are you going to the gym?
And I'll explain to you.
Then why are you going to the gym?
I will explain it to you. I love everything that my body is capable of doing. I love the fact that at my size, I can do a lot of things that other people smaller than me still cannot do.
But you want to lose weight though.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is good.
I want to lose weight because I love my body, but I have one body. Why would I not love it?
Yeah.
And because I love my
But
body
you understand
is
that your
why
body
I'm
now needs to be
looking to
changed.
make changes.
Yeah,
right?
make changes.
But to say that loving your body is BS, no, you make changes, you make healthy changes to yourself because you love yourself. All of that time that I'm putting in, the work, the money that I'm spending, that's a labor of love because I love myself enough to know that I want to make some changes to live a better lifestyle in the sense of I can just do a little bit more.
All right, let's bring in our disagreeers.
So there's not a single problem.
Oh no, I'm not saying there's not a single problem. To me, body positivity is more about bodily autonomy. Like you were mentioning wanting to lose weight. My whole thing is like, yeah, it's your body, do whatever you want with it. I don't think I as a human being have a right to tell any of you what to do with your bodies. Body positivity kind of comes in and goes, okay, you as a human being have inherent value. Just in the fact that you are a conscious soul on this planet, you have an inherent value. You are within a vessel of your body that you do have control over, but at the same time, you're not less valuable to society or from the standpoint of the soul for what your body looks like.
When I'm speaking about body positivity, I'm talking about the over-acceptance and encouragement of being obese.
So I personally, again, I'm not super online, have not seen anybody pro-obesity ever.
Lizzo.
Oh, there's a bunch, dude.
She loves herself.
Avocado, avocado.
No, there's a big
They are
difference.
actively promoting obesity.
She's not telling anyone to get fat.
She's showing you exactly how to do it and saying, look at my body as I love and rub it. It's giving me life. And she's like joking around. And
also, I want to clarify, see, here's the thing. There's a bunch of fat influencers that push this body positivity situation, and a bunch of them are dead now. No one talks about that. That didn't hit mainstream news.
So I'm in that space.
Yeah.
Which influencers are you talking about? Because
I don't recall their names, but there's a couple of them that passed away. They're YouTubers. They used to do these mukbangs where they'd eat a bunch of food on camera.
Mukbang is totally different.
But that's
they're not a
is
part of our
different thing.
community. That's
Yeah.
a completely different thing. We're not saying we're gonna go to a restaurant and pig out just because it's entertaining or anything like that. There are people that they're called gainers, that their whole lifestyle, their fetish and things like that revolves around gaining weight.
Yeah, and I understand that you're saying that that's not a component to the body positivity movement, but you got to understand for the general masses, they're watching that, they're going to attribute it to that. They're not in the niche, they're not a creator, so they're not looking at it like, no, this person's just a gluttonous person. No, they look at everyone who's obese, that's making content about being obese and continuing that lifestyle as a part of the body positivity movement.
But they're not making content about being obese, they're making content about overeating.
Yes, and they
which
also
is also
encourage
an
that.
eating disorder.
Yeah, and they also encourage being fat as well.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity, just flat out?
Yes.
So just us existing, we're saying,
yes.
Yay, everyone go gain weight?
It absolutely impacts other people to think, well, think of it, you're 6'6",
never
good looking, you're modeling,
but I've
it's going to
never
encourage
looked
other people to, well, hey, look at him, he's got
So
lots
then
of...
what about when I go to the gym?
at
When I step into the gym, or when Zach steps into the gym, or when any of us step into the gym, are we promoting being bigger like that too? Are we going there and is our presence there unwanted?
By being famous, rich, popular, and being obese, you're indirectly promoting it in the same way that people who take steroids and are 350 pounds of muscle and winning Mr. Olympia are indirectly promoting it even if they don't say they're taking it.
But I'm speaking more specifically in the gym, in that space where people should be coming together to work on their bodies and stuff like that. If you saw us in the gym,
I would be happy and proud and excited, and my whole channel is about helping people who are overweight to lose weight and have realistic expectations. I would never say you have to look like this, you need abs. It's just, let's go halfway there. That's my entire channel, of which I have over 2 million followers. It's all about realistic goals of helping people who are overweight to lose weight. That is what my channel is all about.
but we're in public, and you made the statement that if we step out in public, that it would encourage people to live an unhealthy lifestyle.
The more friends
and
you
be
have who are
obese.
overweight, the more likely you're going to be overweight. It just happens to happen. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. If 90% of the world were overweight, more people would be encouraged to be overweight.
As just on this side, I don't think any of us have ever looked at a person heavier than ourselves and gone, I want to be that. That's a great thing to be. No, we have the same internal.
There you go. Cause fuck no.
Internalized biases as everybody else does. He was bringing up the gym before, and you said by existing just in a fat body, we are promoting it. Yes. I model, and when I do model fitness wear, which I do often, I get so many comments about like, oh, you are promoting obesity. I'm wearing fitness wear. I'm in the gym. I'm doing the thing you want me to do, and I'm still promoting obesity?
If you're exercising and you're trying to lose weight, then you're promoting people who are overweight to try to lose weight. That's great. But if you're Lizzo and rubbing your belly...
I'm promoting, I mean, I don't know shit about Lizzo.
Specifically about influencers that promote gluttonous, lethargic lifestyles, which a bunch of them do. That's what we're talking about. If you're in the gym and you're fat and you're getting after and you're documenting that, that's fantastic.
The prompt was body positivity, and you're talking about influencers who promote gluttonous lifestyles.
Yes.
And that, again, It's not body positivity.
So that's why the general masses don't have that distinction, though.
I do think we have a good read, though, on how each individual sees the body positivity movement. All right, the next prompt is, I am satisfied with my sex life. Agreeers, step forward. I have abused my body. Will the agreeers step forward?
Good trip, that was
In another city, travelers are waiting in line, thinking about the fun they'll have as soon as they're done waiting in line. Bless their hearts. For real, visit North Carolina.
I'll start by saying I've abused my body many times. Being a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder, I've abused steroids, did that for over 10 years. I don't think you can get to the level that you have to get to be at to be a professional bodybuilder while being natural, and so absolutely. And I would say that somebody trying to abuse steroids to get that muscle, to get that look, is just as unhealthy as somebody who's obese. So I don't try to be a hypocrite. I say I've done these poor choices. I'm 48 now, I don't do steroids anymore. And so I recognize that what I did in the past was bad, probably took years off my life. And so I would say to people who are overweight, why don't you do the same thing? And if you're not, then do you really care about your health? Because if you do, you would stop doing the things that are leading to being morbidly obese.
But then to your own argument, you spent 10 years doing something you knew was inherently unhealthy.
Correct.
But then you're going to turn around and tell people that they should just wake up. But
yes, exactly. Like people should have told me, Greg, why do you keep doing this to yourself? You do not recognize what's going to happen, and if we call it shaming. Why are you abusing steroids, Greg? Think of it. Think of the years you're taking off your life. Maybe I would have waited.
But the power was in your own awakening, right? The power right there was in your own awakening.
Oh shit.
To realize within yourself that you were doing something negative and then you made the change for it, right? And that change is now consistent. That change is now something that you can give a testimony about and help other people change their ways or persuade people to just not do it at all, right?
But building on what you said, what was the moment, where the perspective shifted?
Well, I got old enough and realized I can't get any better at this. I can keep taking more and more drugs and try to sustain this, but I said it's not worth it anymore. So I had to completely change my mind around what I was doing, which was being judged on my appearance. And remember, I make money on how I look, and so that's going to have a huge impact on me. And I had to say, I need to get my dopamine, my self-worth from something else. So I quit doing all the bodybuilding competitions, and I said, I'm going to start riding bikes. I'm going to learn Spanish. I'm going to do something else where I can feel good about myself. And it's hard. Like, look at this guy, 300 pounds of muscle. 20 years from now, is he going to want to still be this size? He might look back and say, I maybe regret certain things. And I think if somebody's overweight, they're going to think the same things. Like if you're 400, 500, 600 pounds, you're going to think this, is it worth doing this? Is it worth eating all the time? It's tough.
I think this is the first actual middle ground I think we're finding, which is really great because it's true. I mean, I've been harmful to myself on both sides of the spectrum. There are times I was taking, 20 to 30 diet pills and laxatives a day, eating less than 400 calories a day, working out nonstop. And then there's the other times where I was eating way too much, smoking way too much, drinking way too much, and abusing my body in the other way. I think we all come to the realization of what we're doing is harmful in different ways at different times. Like it took you 10 years to realize that was harmful.
My thing is sometimes it takes people who might be overweight or, you know, at that high tier, that 500-600 pounds, to realize that it's harmful for them. And maybe in their life they don't feel like it's harmful. And they are happy. There are people, believe it or not, legitimately happy in certain
Ignorance
sizes and
is
shapes.
bliss. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
I was happy at the moment. I
But
felt
why
like
is
it
there
was.
bliss an
Ignorance
issue?
is bliss, but you could die before you wake up.
But you could have
die
done the
before
same
that
thing
happens.
taking steroids. That's my
Exactly.
whole
I could
thing.
have died doing
Yeah.
what I did, and so is it not my responsibility to tell people, don't copy me, and so it did not be somebody who's, you know,
And I don't think there's
500
anything wrong
pounds
with that.
to do
I
the
think-
same thing.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even when you said before, you're like, well, I wish someone had shamed me, saying, what are you going to do? You're going to kill yourself. That's not shaming to me. To me, that is compassionate and looking out for somebody. It's when you take it to the other level, where you start insulting them, degrading them, making them feel like shit.
As
that
men,
doesn't.
we insult each other and shame each other, but it's as a friend. Like, this is what guys do. Girls don't do it. They all suck up to each other. You're all tens. Guys are like, look at your gut, look at your belly, you fat
what girls do.
I know, that's what well, no, it's important to
I'm telling you what they do.
The
It's
masculine
fact.
from the feminine, because it's guys talking here, and I think it's important to distinguish when something is feminine to say, well, we don't adhere to that over
Yeah, but there's been no shortage of generalizations on women in this episode
Yeah.
so far, and I'm really, really curious about your answer to this prompt regarding like self-abuse, like bodily abuse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lifetime natural. I've never taken a drug before in my life. However, I was an athlete in college, and obviously when you're a Division I athlete, you're trained 2 to 3 times a day. It was very, very intensive. I would train through injuries, which wasn't intelligent, but at the end of the day, I looked at it like, hey, we got to win. We got, you know, some teams to beat this season, so it built a mental fortitude. I think abuse is good to a degree if you're able to overcome it and learn something from it.
I did a lot of stupid things. Like I broke the world record in the bench press, and now I can't bench press anymore. And it was my favorite lift. I've had hip operations. I have both elbows reconstructed. I trained too hard. I couldn't stop myself. All that pressure, desire, whether it was installed by myself or from others, to try to fit in, to be socially accepted. And I was addicted. I was bench pressing with shoulder pain. I should have stopped. I couldn't. And so, you know, I set the record and it's done. I can't even lift anymore. I don't squat, bench, or deadlift, because look at Ronnie Coleman. You guys know Ronnie Coleman? He's in a wheelchair. He can hardly walk. He's in pain medications. And imagine putting your body through all that torture, and then you get in your 60 and now you can't do anything.
So one question I have for you then is, knowing what you did obviously has allowed you to create this platform to speak to these things, to talk about steroid abuse. You understand all the intricacies. Do you think that you would have been able to do that, let's say, if you'd kept your natural status throughout your whole career, you didn't break world records, you weren't an IFBB pro, you didn't have all of those accolades to stand on? Do you think you would still be Greg Doucette and have all the following you do?
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lovers. Starting at $12.99.
I do not think so. I think I'm one of those 1 in a million cases that was able to do what I do and actually got the success that I got. But if I look back and I'm really honest with myself, I regret doing these things. I was natural world champion and I was breaking world records natural, so I had the records, but I wanted more. I wanted more glory. I wanted more people to say, you're cool, we like you. And so I ended up taking steroids. I did that because I wanted to fit in. I wanted to be sponsored. I wanted a pro card. I wanted to be famous. And it worked. At what cost, though? How healthy am I really?
Everything it is that you're saying, right? I don't feel any ounce of like shaming you for it. I think everything that you said is really important, to acknowledge that and to know that and to then share that, right? But the difference is that like, had someone shamed you, I don't think that you'd feel the same way about it. Instead, people poured life into you and told you like, hey, I don't think that this is right. I don't think that you should really keep doing this because it's doing more harm.
The opposite happened. I was rewarded. When I started getting popular on social media, I was talking about my steroid cycles, I was talking about what I've done, and they're like, look at your muscles, look at your chest, and it was like, do you know how hard it was to stop? Because I was being rewarded with dopamine, with people saying nice things about me all the time. And for me to stop, I know that my views on social media go down. If I went on a steroid cycle right now, people are gonna fall, wow, Coach Greg, you're back. We miss the old Coach Greg. And so it's hard for me to be the 48-year-old old man that's still preaching fitness when they say, we love the old Coach Greg, the jacked muscle freak. And I have to fight the urges not to use steroids every single day. Because I know I would look better, I know I would feel better, but I'm like, it's not healthy, and so I have to say no.
I get what you mean about the dopamine reward thing, because for me, I have a similar situation, but kind of in the opposite way. Every time I start slimming down, I start getting the, what are you doing? Why are you losing weight? Because I am in that large guy space. So it's like, it's very funny how much on both sides, outward opinions just like really just make what we do hard. I know that when I am doing more cardio and like I'm a big hiker and biker, and sometimes in the summer I'll slim down, but then all of a sudden I'll get a ton of comments from people just being like, we liked you heavier, we liked you this. I'll have clients that'll stop using me because I've gotten too small. And so you're kind of seeking that dopamine, that approval, also that career boost. You get stuck in this loop of doing things that you know aren't good for yourself.
I wanted to hear from you, just going back to the prompt, why you came forward.
Oh, I mean, I think obviously professional bodybuilding has its risks. Obviously, I try to mitigate them as much as possible. I work with a company that I'm doing blood work through, quarterly, every 3 months. I am very methodical with what I do, and I'm very on the mild side. You would be surprised, but I've been training for 20+ years. I think that's the key for me. I would say, like, being this size, 100% not healthy. Is it unfortunate that I am very passionate about something that is bodybuilding? Yeah, it's kind of like I fell into it. I love it. It's hard for me, but I made a decision with my wife that at age 35, that's it. I'm done. Like, no more competitive bodybuilding. I have an understanding, but like Greg, I have the foresight to know, like, there has to be a limit to it, because if you just let it go, I would have to be probably 25 more pounds of muscle and like have to do things that I'm not willing to do in order to be like, let's say, Mr. Olympia, right? So, because all the way through my 20s, I was closer to like 230 pounds, natural all the way until I was like 27 and a half. So hopefully I'll be okay going back to that size.
Do you use steroids currently?
I mean, I use...
I think
that's the biggest insult in the world right now.
No. I only ask because, again, we're on the topic of body abuse, right? So I'm only asking that in that realm because of what you said about it. I'm not asking that.
No, it's kind of like, it's just like when
like
you're
that.
jacked like that and you say, do you use steroids? It's like, you think you can look like this natural? Like, if I said, hey, are you on steroids? Look at that body. Like, if I said, you look like you're on steroids.
Yeah, people think you're on gear, it's a compliment.
If I said, obviously you're natural, it'd be like, what do you mean, obviously? There's no obvious.
So yes, I'm enhanced.
Okay. It's literally just like a question that I have, but it's also just like, well, what do you do as you're progressing in that to get to the points that you want? So that's where that question stems from. And I also really appreciate your candor for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I will 100% say, like, some of the best shape of my life was natural in my 20s, like very lean, probably my healthiest. Like, if anybody tells you they're like an IFBB professional bodybuilder, it's almost 99% of them are in some capacity enhanced. It might be very minimally, it might be through the roof, like you wouldn't even believe what they're taking, but it's there. It's part of the sport. It's unfortunate, but like, that's the problem. That's one of the problems we talked about earlier with the fitness industry, is like, that's the expectation.
Let's bring our disagreeer in.
Hey! Good job not abusing yourself.
Yeah, so I took abuse as like doing things that's negative for your health, and for me, I've always approached fitness from a health kind of lens, right? Like Myron, I'm 100% natural. I'm never gonna look like Eric, I'm never gonna look like Greg, but it's something I'm content with, right? For me, I'm kind of in for the long term. I wanna be able to do what I do when I'm 60, 70, 80, 100. Focusing more on the health aspect of it can be a good middle ground, because I feel like if you're looking from the outside in, sometimes can be like, dude, how am I gonna look like Eric? Like, how is this ever gonna happen, right? But you know, people have different goals, I would say, within fitness, and yeah.
I think it's important to also acknowledge that, like, there's abuse on both spectrums, right? Like, you can be a fat ass on one end and say, I'm gonna just continue to eat cheeseburgers and put on TikTok, and then there's the other side where you can, use performance enhancing drugs and say, I'm gonna step on stage. But I would make the argument that the person that is training, using PEDs, etc., I'd respect that individual more than the fat ass, and the reason why is because though it isn't healthy to be on performance enhancing drugs, you're still pushing your body to a level that most can't, versus by just being fat, that doesn't take any skill or dedication. So
what if
I
the
had
fat person is doing something like, maybe they're into quantum physics, maybe they're changing the way we view the world entirely. Are they not valuable because they're not shredded?
Well, again, we're talking about the purpose of abusing your body. Yeah. I'd have more respect for the bodybuilders, my point.
Yeah, well,
okay. And I think society would in large as well, which is why bodybuilders that, like a Ronnie Coleman, etc., though he is disabled now, etc., he's a legend and he's going to go down in history.
Yeah, but I actually thought that was a good question, like what a great film director who's like very overweight and like just totally poured into their craft, you know, like.
You know how a few changes on your website can somehow take weeks to ship? With Framer, that's over.
Is there respect for someone like that?
Well, that's great because he's able to do something exceptional, right? And he's able to diversify himself from the general masses, right? But will people know that when they meet him, that he's a famous director, unless he's very prominent? But yeah, there's exceptional people that are fat in certain regards, but we're talking about body abuse here. I'm just saying in general, I would have far more respect for the professional bodybuilder that's
than
using
like
PEDs.
Peter Jackson's
versus
making multiple like award-winning films.
Was that
There's
Lord of the
nothing
Rings?
exceptional happening.
But some guy like taking PEDs is
Okay,
better
there's two
than
different
that?
things. Sorry.
No, sorry. I'm legitimately curious.
Yeah.
You have guy using PEDs on one side trying to do stuff, and then you do have like Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings,
Well, that's
multi-Academy
why I was
Award
very
winner.
explicit to say I'm talking about the fat influencers.
Yeah,
so like
yeah,
I'm
okay,
talking in that
fat,
context. Like if
Maybe
you're gonna have
okay,
abuse of
maybe
your
I
body
missed
on
that.
two different ends, right? One extreme is a bodybuilder, the other is a fat influencer. I think me and most of society would have far more respect for the
I think he's going to
bodybuilder.
respect a hardworking billionaire.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I also think that like if someone's abusing themselves in any way, there should be some empathy and like rather than just being like you're a better abuser to yourself than that person.
Fitness culture can be toxic. Agree or step forward?
Here we all are again.
Hey, let's hear from the jacked guys.
100%. I think you can perpetuate so many themes that are so unhealthy. Like there's so many images online of people that post in like the best lighting with a pump. That is the societal norm of like what's good, and it even like affects me because I'll see people and I'm like, oh, I look like garbage compared to that. I think that right now it's like there's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to like how to get fit, how to stay in shape, and a lot of people are monetizing it. These like crazy fad diets, like you can't eat certain things, carbs are bad, fruit has sugar in it, so it's gonna make you fat. So like now food is almost being weaponized and then to be monetized so that you buy their ebook to tell you the exact secret, code in order to lose weight. So fitness is an industry, right? So people are incentivized to say whatever that is to make money. And so it's been harder for me as a coach that takes a more holistic approach to wellness and fitness and saying, hey, it's all about balance. And like Greg's the same way. I know I felt like, I watch a lot of his videos. That is the correct approach to like making a plan that's not super restrictive. So I think that's why, the fitness industry, even being part of it, like is frustrating because there's so much misinformation.
I would say also that there's so much pressure to look like us, and it's causing people to develop body dysmorphia. And so this is a huge problem. So when you swipe on Instagram, you're being shown the top 1% of the top 1%. They all have a six-pack abdominals. Everyone feels inferior. There's pressure. Then that causes a whole host of problems, eating disorders, people feeling like shit. They don't like the way they look in the mirror. And then they keep looking for information. And then what information they're getting, half of it's wrong, like you were just describing. And so where do we go from there? There's no solution.
I think the issue comes from the misinformation, just the lack of keeping things simple. But we like to have fad diets, go paleo, go vegan, go whatever it may be. And it's like, the reality is the best diet is the one that you can adhere to. And I think we need to let people understand that fitness is a lot more sustainable and easier than people think it is, which is why I make fun of fat people so much, because it really is simple and it comes down to numbers and tracking your calories and being disciplined and going to the gym. This is why I have no sympathy for fat people, because it really is simple.
But that right there is what keeps guys like us out of getting into fitness.
Shouldn't it do the opposite though?
No, no one
How
wants to
come?
be told they're a piece of
If
shit.
I was being made fun of all the time for being short, I'd wear shoe lifts to be taller.
Let me explain this. Like, shaming rarely works, and I'll bring this back to somebody I follow, and I appreciate their content. He's a guy named Alex Hormozi, and he does a value equation. And on the top side of that equation, you have the perceived value of whatever you're trying to achieve, plus the perceived chance of success. So how likely are you to, achieve said result? And on the bottom side of the equation, you divide by time, and you divide by effort. Shaming doesn't work because the value equation is driven by those things. So what I think we need to do on this side of the table is to make those things more accessible. Like you said, providing more value-driven information of like how to achieve a calorie deficit in a more sustainable way. How do you make it so it's not so much time? Because so many people waste time, let's say, doing so much excess cardio where strength training should be the main component. So like, that's why I think adding value and decreasing time and decreasing the amount of effort is going to give you guys so much more emphasis or ability to achieve the result and more motivation to achieve said result than being like, oh, you're fat, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So that's just my
Well,
take
it's
on
because
it.
the fitness industry overcomplicates it so that they can monetize it. So if
So
they
why-
tell
is
you,
that
oh,
their
I got
fault?
the secret sauce. Well, this is why it's important to acquire knowledge and be able to, whether you go ahead and do your own research. And again, it comes back to doing the work, and people get so mad like, oh, why is this hard? Do your research, look at the studies. There's so much fitness studies out there. There's no secrets. It's just discipline and sustainability
Have you
over a
guys
period
have
of
you
time.
guys ever been confused about how to get and stay in shape based on the
Totally.
information that's out there?
Totally.
All right, Herbie. Let's start the baby prep.
Hello, Herbie.
I've been tracking a small number of criminal organizations, regional and worldwide.
A small number, huh?
None of them will bother us after the baby is born.
You baby-proof the world.
Marvel Studios' The Fantastic Four. See the biggest movie of the summer in IMAX. Get tickets now. Rated PG-13.
Here's one snack that always makes the pack. The new Go-Go Squeeze Active Fruit Blend Energy Release. It's small, compact, and doesn't need to be chilled, so it's great for long approaches. Made with real fruit, B vitamins, and no sugar added.
I would never, ever take advice from you to get that advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
What's the disposition?
Can you describe it?
I
I think I just keep it real.
I wouldn't even enable it toxic, but I think it's like you have this perspective about the world around you that I think
What's the disposition?
Can you describe
advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
What's the disposition?
Can you describe it?
About how to get and stay in shape based on
Totally.
the information that's out there.
Totally. I would never, ever take advice from you to get that advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
Was
I would never, ever take advice from you to get that advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
What's the disposition?
Can you describe it?
I think I just keep it real.
I wouldn't even enable it toxic, but I think it's like you have this perspective about the world around you that I think is kind of really warped, and I don't understand why, and I would like to understand why, and I'm not getting it because you're like shame is the answer and stuff like that, but
It's worked for
not.
centuries.
It's not though. It's why you have so much conflict. It's why we're literally sitting here today having this discussion.
So here's the thing. You operate on what's ideal. I operate on what's real. And the reality is
what's
that the world
real,
is a much
though?
colder and harder place than you think it is, but you want to, people to just understand you and see your perspective and see you as how you see yourself. The reality is the world's never going to see you how you see yourself. They're going to see you on how you display yourself to them. And when you are fat, out of shape, etc., the people, and if they don't get to know you and talk to you and have a conversation with you, they're going to assume certain things. That's just the world that we live in.
Just to dig a little deeper into that, has something happened to you to confirm that observation that you have?
No, I just live in objective reality, and objective reality isn't as nice as you think it is.
So you're not drawing from a personal experience at all?
No, I'm speaking fairly objectively that these are the conversations that people have behind closed doors, but they don't want to say out loud because for fear of cancellation, for fear of coming off as an asshole, etc. I'm just saying how people really feel, but they're scared to say it.
Coming from whether the fitness space can be toxic or not, the shame attitude has kept a lot of people out of it. I've been doing fad diets since I was 12 years old. I was put on Weight Watchers. I did Atkins, I did paleo, I did everything you could possibly imagine. And not until I started following other influencers that were more proactive based on, I want to be around for my daughter for as long as I possibly can be. I want to give my body the function it needs. Like just that basic mind shift, hey, life can get a lot better. if you do kind of focus on your health a little more, instead of you're a fat piece of shit, you need to change. To me, I don't know everyone in the fitness industry, but I know for me personally, it totally changed my relationship with fitness when I started realizing that it was a gross benefit instead of a punishment I had to put onto myself for not being disciplined enough. For people like you to maybe respect me, who, again, we don't know each other in reality. So why am I destroying my life so you will respect me one day?
Well, going to the gym and training isn't going to destroy your life.
And it does.
It's going to enhance it, if anything.
But I'm saying,
it's going to enhance it.
But yeah, I do that. I'm saying it wasn't until someone told me about those enhancements and kind of approached it with more of an empathetic way of being that it seems attractive to me at all to be a part of it.
Does anyone here respond positively to shame?
No.
I think in some ways, I feel like a lot of us can relate to this. Like when we were younger, I wouldn't say it was shame, but I wasn't necessarily like happy with the way I looked, and that kind of motivated me to get into fitness in the first place, right? And we're talking this was like in high school, so I think to some degree, shame that's not put on by others could be helpful, right? It has to be something within yourself that can motivate you.
I'll speak on the shame thing too, because the shame that I guess embodied came from myself. So when I was on my weight loss journey and I was like losing weight, the day that I weigh in and it was like the scale read 1 pound over, like I would take those pills that make you shit, literally, to like lose that extra pound to see. Like, so going back to the toxic situation, that's where I got fucked up, because I would do things in response to me not getting that positive stimulus to hurt myself ultimately. Do I have therapy now? Yeah. Because it's like it's a double-edged sword for sure.
I think shame is good. I think it's a very natural response to inadequacy, and it tells people that, hey, maybe I need to change. Like being bullied as a man, being shamed, it's a good thing because it stimulates you to change and make a better difference most of the time.
But some people don't respond. Like some people, when they get shamed, they get shut down, and now they proceed further into that negative, behavior, because it's not something, as Zach and everybody else was mentioning, was positive to bridge that gap.
That's a part of the masculine journey, is overcoming adversity.
It's not a talk of masculinity, bro. It's just like
being a pussy and being like, okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. And this is the thing, it makes or breaks you. Not everyone's going to win. We need winners and we need losers. The losers are the ones that shut down like, oh, I'm sad now. I'm going to continue eating ice cream. Okay, you're a fucking loser. Stay over there. But there's guys that rise up to the challenge and say, you know what? I'm going to do better. I'm going to fucking surpass you. And that's where guys need to be. You need that killer instinct where you use that as fuel. It's up to you how you want to do it.
Isn't the goal of the fitness industry to get people more fit?
Yes. Of course.
That's the blanket goal.
Of course.
And we're saying shame and calling me a piece of shit doesn't motivate me to get more fit.
Well, we need winners and losers.
No.
We need winners and losers.
The industry
like there's going to be inevitably
there's
going to be losers. If you don't respond favorably to shame and bullying, etc., and you don't overcome it, you're effectively a loser.
Let's be clear though. You just said the right word. Fitness industry. It is a industry.
Yeah.
It is to make money. It's not necessarily to get people into shape, it's to make money. So sure, there's gonna be junctions along the way. Like I'm a coach, there has to be tough love. Like if you're not doing the things you're supposed to be doing, I have to be a little bit harder on you. But that's not gonna start your journey, me being like, you're a fat piece of shit. Whereas like, if we get into it and we're 3 months in and you're not making progress because there's a lot of things you're not doing that we're coaching you on.
We should take a trip as a family.
Yes, if you can leave your work behind.
Strictly family time.
Hutch, you're on vacation in a town run by the international cartels. You didn't take your family there, did you?
Yeah.
There's no way you were just some family man.
Find this nobody.
I told you.
I'm on vacation! Nobody 2, rated R. Only in theaters August 15th.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
Then of course there's gonna be some tough love, there's gonna be some extra accountability, but I think there's a difference between accountability and tough love than just like shaming somebody into doing something, because that's not gonna create that like long-term ability to obviously achieve it on their own.
But Myron would prefer, you would prefer
Shaming is a component to get people to be accountable.
We all just want to know when shame motivated you to be better.
Me personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm speaking in general here as
No,
far
I know,
as like
but don't
shame
speak
working.
general,
But
speak for yourself. Personally, when did shame change your life?
Oh, well, here's the thing. I think every man growing up has been shamed to some degree where they're like, you know what, I need to improve this. Whether they grew up skinny.
No, you.
You though.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was I need to improve this. Whether they grew up
No,
skinny.
You though.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was skinny, right? And then I got picked on. And I was like, okay, I'm either gonna let this define me or I'm gonna overcome. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to the gym and start training.
But does it work in any other interpersonal relationship? Like, have your parents ever shamed you, come down on you, made you feel like shit?
Absolutely.
But did you deserve all of it, 100% of it?
No, absolutely, they shame me, and I think that's fantastic. And I think that's a part of your parents' job is to shame you for your fuck-ups.
What about people in abusive relationships or with abusive parents who are now in no contact situations or anything like that? Not me. I love my folks. They're great.
Yeah.
But like, just for the TV record, in case they watch it. Like, but I know a lot of people who are on like no
There's
contact.
always a line. But
So that's all I'm saying is in the in the fitness world, I would rather be with someone who's trying to uplift me, trying to get me to improve, hold me accountable. Tough love, absolutely, I think is important. There's a total difference between tough love and shame.
Absolutely.
shame is a component of tough love.
Shame is only done with the intent to hurt somebody, not to uplift them.
We got to reset.
You gotta reset. That's fine.
I would not like to be on the other side. If that's true for you, come forward.
I'm very medium on this.
When I was in high school, they do your graduation photos, and they had a saying, and my saying was, my worst nightmare would be if I gained 10 pounds of fat. Literally, grade 12, I remember it clear as day. I was already a competitive bodybuilder, and so to imagine being 100 or 200 pounds overweight when I strived my whole life to look kind of like this, I just couldn't imagine it. It would be a nightmare for me.
I agree. From like a health perspective, like being overweight or obese like puts you at a higher risk of developing chronic illnesses, and I think I wouldn't want to be in that position. And if I was in that position, I would do what I can in order to get to a healthier weight.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everyone gets to say their piece before I go. I mean, yeah, it's completely unacceptable to be fat as a man, man. It's completely unacceptable. It's just so many problems with it. I've been fat, I've been skinny, and I've been in shape, and I will pick being in shape every single time. Just like if you ask someone that's rich versus someone that's poor, they will pick being rich every single time. And the thing is that most fat people, not all, but most, have never even seen their abs. They've never seen what their body is capable of. They've never been actually happy with their physique. And once you get that taste, you're never gonna wanna go back. And then on top of that, you're gonna wanna go ahead and tell all those fat apples that you were once friends with, you need to get in shape. This is awesome. But the reality is we live in this crazy world where we coddle fat people, we coddle idiots, we coddle morons, and we don't hold anybody accountable, and we allow mediocrity to people, we coddle idiots, we coddle morons, and we don't hold anybody accountable, and we allow mediocrity to strive in the West. And I think we need to go back to shaming fat people, we need to go back to making fun of them. I mean, if I was president, hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising, because being fat is completely not...
What the fuck? What the fuck?
So they can concentrate on dieting and exercising, because being fat is completely not acceptable.
Wow.
They can concentrate back to making fun of them. I mean, if I was president, hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising, because being fat is completely not acceptable. I'd have these people back in shape, because what people don't also understand is that fat people bring a big burden on the healthcare system. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease, etc. It's a big problem.
Do you really mean that, or are you just saying that?
I'm dead ass. Yeah, if I was president, make me president, I would get rid of the obesity problem like that. I find it interesting that they can lock us up in their homes for almost 2 years saying wear a mask, etc. But then I say, I'm gonna lock these dudes up in a concentration camp where we're gonna get them healthy food, we're gonna get them exercising, and I'm looked at as crazy.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess there's a distinction between having opinions about how COVID was handled and genuinely believing that all fat people should be in a concentration camp.
Yes, a concentration camp. Let me be clear. I'm talking about a concentration camp where they're concentrating on diet and exercise.
So I wouldn't necessarily want to go from one extreme to another. I also would not want to be spewing out stuff just to hopefully get a viral clip.
So if you could snap your fingers and look like any of us, would you not do it? Like, would it not be worth it?
I probably choose to look like Tyler. I want to go to a place where it's comfortable and it's healthy all around. I'm not doing things that could negatively impact me in a way to get to a place like that. Like, I've gone through that. I've gone through having eating disorders, from chewing gum and drinking water and starving myself in different ways to achieve something. Like, when I was dancing, my dance teacher blatantly told me, if you don't lose a certain amount of weight, I'm kicking you out of the showcase. So what did? I I resorted to everything that I could possibly do to cut pounds like crazy. And it wasn't sustainable. It really screwed with me mentally, but I was doing it. And of course, like in the moment, it sort of felt good, but then I fainted in class one time.
Human nature. Two forces intertwined. What flows through the earth flows through every cell in your body, always working to heal and restore. At Global Healing, we believe true wellness emerges when humans and nature move as one. Healing is human nature. Heal as nature intended.
Coconut Creek Mazda is the Mazda store that gives you more. We're in the customer service business, not the car business. Volume pricing made us #1. Customer service keeps us there. Right now, lease a new 2025 Mazda CX-5 2.5S Select all-wheel drive for $229 a month. We're doubling rebates up to $7,500 off MSRP. Plus, every Mazda comes with our exclusive $8,000 value coupon booklet and our offer of Platinum Protection. We're the Mazda store that gives you more. Coconut Creek Mazda. Discover the difference.
And that really, really sucked.
So I feel like you would switch sides if it meant doing it naturally. Like he's obviously natural, he's natural.
That's what I'm saying.
Obviously not.
I would switch sides if it meant that I could do it in a healthy way. And I mean, obviously, like I expressed, that I'm working on that. And I'm not saying that what you did was wrong. I really applaud the fact that you're saying to people like, hey, this was what my journey was, this is what it took, but I really don't advise that.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Like, excellence and comfort cannot coexist. If you want to be an anomaly and you want to be the trendsetter, you want to be the top guy, you got to be able to be comfortable being uncomfortable. As far as like weight loss, because you said I'm just saying things to get a viral clip, how would you deal with the obesity problem?
Like I said, pouring life into people. How am I dealing with it? I'm sharing what it's taking me.
Explain what pouring life is. Like, what would that actually look like?
As someone who creates content online, I share what it is that I do in the gym. I share my routine. I talk about like, hey, today was a shit day, but guess what? I pushed past that and I just benched 405. That's more than I weigh. When I want to hang out with friends, if I know that my schedule does not allot me that time, but I know that I have this time during the gym, I'll tell my friends like, hey, pull up with me.
So you're inspiring others?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what if I told you at the camp, everyone's exercising together and they're inspiring each other?
But
Same thing.
You approached it at such a negative way. Like you approached it from a place of shame and like way. Like you approached it from a place of shame and like most of us have blatantly told you that shame didn't really work. Shame is what led me to an eating disorder. Shame is what led me to unsustainable weight loss.
Whose fault is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is stability.
Whose fault is that you decided to go an unsustainable route with dieting? Whose fault
So if I was given a timeline that I needed to meet and I'm trying to figure out without also having the tools to do so the proper way, and I'm just grasping at straws on how I do it, yeah, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, so whose fault is it that they chose an unsustainable route to lose weight? That's your fault. See, the problem is that you're a professional victim. I don't know if you've caught on to this, but you're a professional victim. You constantly blame others for your inadequacies and why you're fat. The reason why you're fat...
I haven't blamed not one person for where I am.
Yeah, because you're always like, oh, it's tough and all this other stuff. The reality is this, man.
Wait,
you eat too much and you don't exercise enough. I'm trying to figure out where these misconceptions about me are. Again, you can say whatever you want to say.
I do want to press.
Like I said, I called you out on it, and I said it. You're searching for a viral clip.
Everyone has an excuse for why they're fat.
I think that it's really sad.
And they can't take accountability for why they're fat.
Really sad.
We gotta pause. Let's bring in our disagreeers.
We're arguing so much, I forgot the prompt. What was the prompt again?
It was, I don't want to be on the other side.
Oh, okay.
No, of course I would. I'm a curious person. I have been in much more traditional, like aesthetically pleasing shape in my past, but I've never gotten to like your guys' standards. And of course, I'm curious about anyone's life, like what it's like to walk through their shoes. So I don't see why I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I absolutely chose to, if I could, I'd switch. So when I was my lightest weight, which was 273, I wasn't anywhere near you guys, but I had muscles, I felt really good about myself. And now that I've fallen back, I literally like almost hate life because I got somewhere, got really close and it was out of reach. And now I'm falling back and I gotta fight again. So if I could, I'd absolutely would switch.
What makes it hard to, like, I don't understand, like you were 273 feeling great. How did you get back? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah.
genuinely curious.
No,
How
absolutely.
does that happen?
So when I started my weight loss journey, I was very focused. Like, I can't take any outside help. Like, I gotta do this on my own. I did all the research myself. So my problem was when I would hit plateaus, it hit hard because I'm like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Why am I cutting weight? So eventually I hit enough plateaus to where like my mentality was just breaking down.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with the prompt, just saying like, I probably wouldn't go extreme like on your side of the spectrum, so that kind of stuff, but I would like to look like Tyler.
Everyone wants to look like Tyler.
Tyler is the ideal for me of what I want to look like, but I mean, I wouldn't be that short too, but like.
I think, look, I'm just gonna say it, the elephant in the room. Every fat person would want to be in shape. The problem is that they're not willing to do what's required to get in shape, hence why they are fat.
But it's abundantly clear what you think. Like, we've
It's a lie.
Kudos to you.
It's a lie.
The next prompt is, your physique is in your control. Can the agreeers please step forward?
So long story short, in 2018, I got to my heaviest weight, which was 441 pounds, and I was depressed as, like, I'm not gonna cuss, but
You can say it.
I was depressed as fuck, man. Like, it was really hard. My weight had built like a cage around my mind, so even things that I knew were good for me, I couldn't even like go for it because my mentality was just so messed up. And it got to the point to where I had someone tell me, like, dude, you're gonna die, and that hurt, you know. And I just flipped things around. And I think one thing we haven't mentioned is accountability. I think that's the biggest thing. When I was growing up, my weight was always blamed on someone else. I was like, oh, it's my parents feeding me too much. And it's like, you can close your mouth. Like, I don't have to eat, you know. But when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. When you're a man, you gotta go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man, you must produce
I
financially.
gotta cut you off, bro, because no one deserves to be, like, people die from that shit, bro. Like, no one deserves to be depressed.
Let me finish. The reason why you feel depressed, and it's a healthy response.
I was like, oh, it's my parents feeding me too much. And it's like, you can close your mouth. Like, I don't have to eat, you know. But when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very healthy.
One thing we have, and that hurt, you know, and I just flipped things around. And I think one thing we haven't mentioned is accountability. I think that's the biggest thing. When I was growing up, my weight was always blamed on someone else. I was like, oh, it's my parents feeding me too much. And it's like, you can close your mouth. Like, I don't have to eat, you know. But when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. When you're a man, you gotta go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man, you must produce financially.
I gotta cut you off, bro, because no one deserves to be, like, people die from that shit, bro. Because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. When you're a man, you gotta go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man, you must produce financially.
I gotta cut you off, bro, because no one deserves to be, like, people die from that shit, bro. Like, no one deserves to be depressed.
Let me finish. The reason why you feel depressed, and it's a healthy response to you being fat, is because it's your body telling you, like, wow.
I am Calypso, and I'm hosting a tournament. If you win, I will grant you a single wish. Cowabunga, mother.
It's time for the outsiders to get their fair share.
If we win, we can wish to bring down all the walls.
We're taking them all down. The system, the walls, all of it.
All girls.
Here I go! Here I go! Prepare for battle in 10, 9. You make a run at me, I will end you. Feel me?
We knew Calypso wasn't gonna make it easy on us. That's what makes your wish worth it.
It's all happening! Ah, it's all happening! Out of the way!
Welcome to Twisted Metal.
Your plan looks really good when you're shooting.
Spring of 2001, the Montgomery Area Chamber of Commerce received a request for proposal. We did not know who it was, but we knew, looking at the requirements, that it was a very, very large project. What Hyundai has built is so much bigger and better and impactful than we ever could dream of.
This plant right here was a game changer. That's just affected so many lives. It's my job to provide for my family, and that's exactly what this plant has allowed me to do. I would not be living in the house that I live in now. It's allowed me to achieve my version of the American dream.
I've been here 20 years, and I feel like I can do another 20. I have 3 daughters that work here. They wanted to follow in my footsteps. They've always looked up to me.
Been out here 12 years so far, right?
Yeah.
They always knew that Dad was always the guy that made it financially happen. And one reason was because of Hyundai. It's helped me raise my daughters and really live a better life for myself. Every time that I'm out on the street and I see a Hyundai, it brings pride to me to know that I did have a part of making that vehicle as great as it is.
This plant, you know, they do a lot of things in the community. We donate money to the area food banks. We donated a lot of money to the United Way Fund. Hyundai is such a big part of the community, and that was their goal when they first started.
We've given over $5.5 million to the River Region United Way. My goal was to try to get maximum participation. A lot of times people are really excited once they recognize that the United Way does so much good in the community.
The team members here at Hyundai, they give because they have the heart to give. They give because they want to make the community better, and they're using those funds that have been donated to provide over $2 million worth of prescription assistance to the community every year and have helped rebuild homes. Hyundai just has built a culture of giving across the entire state.
Hyundai's economic impact.
What are you doing? You need to fix this. You're sad because you're not going out there and accomplishing what you're supposed to do. It's your masculine duty to make money, to be successful, to lose weight, to be strong and fit so that you can protect and provide for the people that you love. And when you're not able to do that, you get depressed and you get sad, rightfully so, because you're a fuck up. And
biggest thing when I was growing up, my weight was always blamed on someone else. I was like, oh, it's my parents feeding me too much. And it's like, you can close your mouth. Like, I don't have to eat, you know? But when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see, depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. When you're a man, you gotta go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man, you must produce financially.
I gotta cut you off, bro, because no one deserves to be, like, people die from that shit, bro. Like, no one deserves to be depressed.
Let me finish. The reason why you feel depressed, and it's a healthy response to you being fat, is because it's your body telling you, like, wow, what are you doing? You need to fix this. You're sad because you're not going out there and accomplishing what you're supposed to do. It's your masculine duty to make money, to be successful, to lose weight, to be strong and fit so that you can protect and provide for the people that you love. And when you're not able to do that, you get depressed and you get sad, rightfully so, because you're a fuck up.
Have you experienced depression?
Well, I've always been, I've had times where I've been sad and stuff, but I always get over it.
So you shouldn't speak on it then.
I think that's very insensitive to people who actually have mental health disabilities.
Depression most of the time is not real. No.
That's fucking wild.
No.
Okay.
The earth is flat.
A lot of the times when people are depressed, it's because of their own inadequacies. you're messing up in
So
something
if you get
in your
raped,
life.
Is that an inadequacy?
He doesn't
'Cause people
mean in
get
all
depression from that.
cases. I'm
No,
sure he
he's
doesn't
saying
mean-
he's
Well,
saying
when
like in the majority.
When you say a
That's-
blanket
yeah.
statement,
There's
like
always
that,
going to be
right?
exceptions, but I'm speaking generally in this context of being fat and why you were depressed. It's because
That wasn't the only reason why I was depressed, but go on.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's a component. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
it was a big component,
It was
for
a
sure.
response to your
Yeah.
inadequacy as a man. And the thing is that we live in a meritocracy. I know everyone likes to run around and say, oh, well, everyone's equal and it's all equality for everyone. No, that's not how the world works. Why the fuck should I be treated equally to someone who's fat, broke, not disciplined, and not as intelligent? It's a competition. Life is a competition.
Where are you getting the notions that people are not disciplined? Where is that coming from?
If you look at depressed guys, etc., look at their life 9 out of 10 times. They're not going to the gym. They're not making the money that they're supposed to be making. They're not where they need to be. Show me a guy that's making money, successful, has a good set of friends around him, has a network, etc., that is depressed. You would rarely find that. Are there exceptions to the rule? Of course. There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule. But in general,
Understand that it's not black and white.
When you get depressed, a lot of the times it's because you're a fuck up and it's your body's natural response to you being a fuck up.
Has anyone here ever felt like they didn't have control over their body or their physique?
There's times where I felt like I didn't have the control I wanted, but there was never a point where I'm like, this isn't within my ability to do.
Yeah, I think we all go through stages, especially mental
Yeah,
health.
you wish it was easier sometimes, but other than that, it's like, no, of course I'm in control of it. I know I am.
So, I've started a fitness journey. I've been smaller, I've been bigger. I used to be a dancer. This really was what fueled me, hit a depression. I turned to food as, something to comfort me.
Sup, sad sacks? My kids? No, these. Try this toasted chicken bacon ranch with melty provolone. Warm and comforting, huh? Not like my dad. New toasted sandwiches at Jimmy John's. Oh, that's good.
And I realized that I was spiraling, right? Started working out again, kind of fell off of it, but this year I told myself it was my year of renaissance, right? That I was going to actively make the changes in all aspects of my life, including my health, including what my body looks like and what my body is capable of. And so I've been doing that. Now, did that mean that I was any less of a hard worker? No. I fucking worked 3 jobs. 2 of them that I love and 1 of them as a survival job to make sure that I'm able to continue doing what I love. So I go to the gym every single day after work. It doesn't matter what time I get off of work. It doesn't matter what things that I have going on after work, I go. But again, going back to assumptions, you looked at me and you made assumptions about laziness, about not caring about my health and things like that, when that's the complete opposite. I reached out, I got myself a trainer because I was like, I can't do this alone. And I told them straight up, these are the things that I want you to work on with me. I want to work on building mass, losing weight, but most importantly, consistency. And I feel like all of you guys can agree that that's what it is, right? Am I where I ideally want to be yet? No. But I also learned that I needed to love myself as I am right now and build those tools so that when I get to where I'm going, I can enjoy it that much more because it's a labor of love.
It doesn't have to be a labor of love. Some people who are overweight, are they going to the gym? Are they putting the fork down? Are they doing the things they need to do? If they spent 14 hours a week doing cardio and eating healthy, they would lose the weight. I spend 14 hours a week learning Spanish, even though I am horrible at it, but I'm trying my best. And if everyone else tried their best, we wouldn't see anyone morbidly obese on this planet.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I think you said it's like you're spending 14 hours doing Spanish. For me, I still work out every week. I still prioritize my health, but there are other things in my life that do
Eat
take a
half
higher
the calories, and you're going to be very skinny.
But that doesn't
guaranteed.
matter. That's the whole thing.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying no one
no.
should make excuses.
And that's why I think that's why we all sat down. I totally agree. It's within my, because I've gotten really svelte in my past, but I was at my worst state mentally. Didn't feel good. Wasn't prioritizing the things that meant something to me in my life. My career, my family, my daughter. Health is still super important to me. That's why I still work out, still lift, still do cardio, still hike, still bike, still do all those things. The amount of time I've had to spend in the past to get to that isn't worth it in my daily life. I'd rather spend that time,
I would
focusing
say
on
also,
that.
would you agree, like looking at his physique, like he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy.
No.
Anything?
He's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
I mean, if you count BMI,
I'm not trying to put you down, just being honest.
By a BMI standpoint,
But there's a
I'm
big difference
absolutely
between
obese.
this weight and if you gain 200 pounds. But if you gain 200 pounds, it'd be like, why are you doing this to yourself? You know what I mean?
But I
That
wouldn't
would
be happy gaining 200 pounds. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is I kind of found kind of like a homeostasis where I'm happy and I feel healthy and I feel active and I feel like I can do what I need to do. All my numbers are in the right place. So I feel good. It's just, it hasn't been a priority for me to go further.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's all about balance for me. Halfway
What
there.
about you? I just want to hear
I
from
was
you.
gonna say I was in the same boat as him. I feel like myself, I feel comfortable with where I'm at right now. I've lost 100 pounds.
Congrats.
I
man.
know, thanks. And I can keep going, that kind of stuff, but like doctor says, everything's fine with you. You are obese. But I will never forget the doctor told me you're healthy obese, which was like blew my mind.
Healthy for being obese.
Yeah,
probably.
so I needed just one health condition to qualify under health insurance for a weight loss supplement for them. I didn't qualify. I had no high blood pressure, didn't have diabetes, didn't have anything else. So I was like, okay, well, I just want to lose weight because obviously as I get older, it's not going to be like that. But I mean, perfectly, I know I have the control to get where I'm at right now or where I want to be, but I'm pretty happy. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. Again, I feel like what's sustainable is different for everyone, right? I think there's a way to weave in fitness in your life in a sustainable manner that might not encompass you losing a ton of weight. I think people kind of have different stages in life where they're focusing on different things, and I think that's something I can completely respect.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, as long as you know that you have the agency to actually make that change,
yeah.
When the time comes, when you want to do it, like I don't see anything wrong with that.
I was very curious, out of show of hands, who here feels like after spending time in this space, you feel like you're closer to understanding the other side than when we stepped in the room?
Yeah. A little surprised.
I understand it less. Literally, like.
We'll talk after. We run the.
Surprised.
I understand it less. Literally, like.
We'll talk after. We run the risk of it blowing open again, but this was a super interesting discussion. One of the more interesting episodes I've been a part of. So thank you all. Thanks for sharing your perspective. I think that's a wrap, right? Nice work, guys.
I guess.
Smoke it out, yeah. Smoke it out,
nice meeting you.
It's great meeting you, brother. Have a good one.
Bring it in.
Really good to meet you,
Whoa.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter. Looks like a meat lovers.
Starting at $12.99, Pizza Hut is hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 large Hut Lovers pizzas.
I believe that the person that you cheated on needs to know. So if you're gonna say, like, I'm not gonna tell them because of psychological damage, it's honestly, you're not even taking accountability for what you did.
Hold on.
You chose to cheat.
Disclosing that you cheated to the person that you cheated on is not accountability. That is just revealing
That is
information.
taking accountability. I would consider that as a form of taking accountability. You're so open.
That's delivering
You're open
news.
about this.
Maybe it's the first step towards accountability.
I agree with you.
Maybe it's
It
the
is.
first
It's
step.
Hi, I'm Gen, and I explore social and controversial issues through both sides. And today I'll be moderating this middle ground episode of Cheaters versus Cheated On. We'll be exploring topics such as the personal experiences of people cheating, the emotional toll that it takes on relationships, and why exactly do people cheat. The first prompt is, I would forgive my partner if they cheated on me. Agreeers, please step forward.
I feel like from the side of being cheated on, I think the biggest thing to understand is that forgiveness is something that everybody does deserve. I think that once we get into the discussion of why somebody cheated, we can really understand whether or not that person is sympathetic and whether or not that person is somebody that you want to keep around in your life. But I think forgiveness and keeping them in that same relationship are not synonymous. They go separately.
I completely agree. However, I do think that forgiveness is something that we give to ourselves, not necessarily somebody else. So in the event that my husband cheats on me, I would be giving him forgiveness so that I could set myself free from any hostility or anger that I may hold on to in the event
I think it should benefit both sides in that sense. Now, whether that other person takes it and uses it to their benefit, you can't control that, and it shouldn't be up to you to try and push that. But yes, also making sure that that forgiveness is for yourself as well, so you can move forward, whether it be with that person or alone, and not take that burden on to the next relationship if that relationship doesn't work out.
I completely agree. And I forgive because I've been forgiven. So, and I'm a Christian, so I believe in forgiveness. I believe that we should forgive people because we have been forgiven.
You know, you can have short-term forgiveness and long-term forgiveness, and you know, it's like, are you addressing the root of the issue? And really, if you're truly forgiving, and forgiveness is something that comes with maturity and with life experience, it's the whole circle of forgiveness. You get so much, and you release the other person and yourself from anything, and then you can move forward from that point.
One thing that is interesting, though, is that there are 3 people from
Man, fuck that cheating asshole, bro.
the cheater side who have sat down, but only one on the cheated on.
That is interesting.
I guess I'd be curious to hear more so about your guys' experiences, because it seems like in this instance you were cheated on.
Yes.
So I cheated on him.
Yes.
And he forgave me. But I guess I'll let you explain that.
Forgiveness is a step-by-step process. It's not anything that does happen instant. And for us, that was something that we did step by step. And as you said, getting down to the root of it was a big thing.
Yes.
To where all questions have been answered, all things that were left up to an idle mind are no longer there. And so by getting down to the root of it, I can also figure out, okay, were there some areas that as a husband, I did not uphold what I needed to be? It might have been that you might have felt emotionally you couldn't feel like you can come to me.
So do you feel like you have equal blame in the cheating that occurred?
Can I interrupt? I think that bringing the conversation to the concept of blame, I think you actually kind of have to understand the purpose of blame. And I think that the purpose of blame is to shift responsibility. When I have conversations around cheating, I really like to steer clear of the blame game, because the truth is, like, we all played a part, society included.
Can we have the disagreeers please step forward? Just to go back to kind of the imbalance that we saw there, I'd be curious to hear from the cheated on group first.
There's a few things I heard that I found interesting. One, you said about not using the blame game, and then also when you said about you felt like you may have had something to do with, not being a husband or whatever it may be. And those are things I kind of disagree with. Like, I know most of us walk with good intentions in life, right? We're all trying to be a good person, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not. But at the most part, you start off that way, right? Sure. But I guess the way I live my life, I don't give anybody any excuse to do something wrong to me. So if you do something wrong to me, you had to kind of go out of your way to do that. And this idea that you start saying, well, it must have been something I did. It actually might not have been. It might have been just the other person wasn't where you were at as a human being. And also the other thing I heard was about, forgiving for yourself. I've never understood that statement. They did something wrong, I'm just gonna move on. I'm not gonna hold any ill will to you, it just happened.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
So I actually agree with the 2 things you said about the forgiveness. I have never understood that either. I just feel like, for me, if it works for other people, that's great. I actually have found healing in not forgiving people. And I think there's a difference. I think I choose not to forgive them, and then eventually I am indifferent towards them, is what I'm saying. I think there's a difference between not forgiving someone and hating someone.
And I think most of that comes from, that narrative comes from usually the person who cheated, saying, you forgive for yourself, or like.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck.
You never hear it coming from the actual person who got cheated on. And again, to that point, it seems it's always connected to, if you don't forgive, you're holding on to some ill will. No, I just don't think about it. It's done, and I'll just move on with life.
At least for me, I think that it comes back around to honesty. I mean, any of us that were cheated on, I don't think it's any of our responsibility that our partner chose to be dishonest with us about anything. Because even if you assume that, it was something you did, maybe you weren't being open enough, or maybe the conversation wasn't happening that needed to happen, it's still not your responsibility fully, I don't think. You can't force anyone to be faithful or to be honest or to be true.
And that's the interesting part, that, somebody gets cheated on, thinks, well, what did I do? Like, they should never think that.
With the early part of our marriage, what I thought a husband was, I go out, I make the check, and I come home and have sex. I'm just being completely honest. I didn't see nothing else emotional that I needed to bring to the table. So that does not make an excuse for somebody to go out and do something. Yes, we should go ahead and have communication. We should try to learn how to grow within this. But I feel like that was the importance of trying to figure out, where did I have any type of flaw as a husband? Because even if we would have decided we're not going to work it out, I don't want to go and keep recreating the same type of marriage.
I just want to say, I think it's really interesting that you're the only person from the cheated on and I was the only person from the cheated side. And speaking from my personal experience, because my partner also used to be a cheater, and we came together, and maybe part of it is just us growing up, or we came. My personal experience, because my partner also used to be a cheater, and we came together, and maybe part of it is just us.
Hey, she looking. Hey, shawty right here, she looking at that bitch like cheater, bitch. Like, look at that shit. Look at that shit. Like,
used to be a cheater, and we.
Bruh, they know what they doing with the camera, fam, on G,
From my
bruh.
personal experience, because my partner also used to be a cheater, and we came together, and maybe part of it is just us growing up, or we committed to each other, but we consciously made the decision to grow together, grow separately, and so I think if he were to cheat on me, I would not be able to forgive that, because it's like we promised each other this growth, and we've put all, it would be less about the cheating itself, I think, for me, and more about the breaking the promise of the growth that we've made. And it's like, well, how am I supposed to trust you now?
For my specific experience, it was more of a physical thing. I was a virgin, and I wasn't ready to do that yet. And the guy I was with was a couple years older than me, and he went out and did that. And I could never forgive him, because the physical thing was something that we could never fix. I wasn't gonna have sex with him, So forgiveness for me was very hard, because there was nothing to work on for me. So there was nothing to improve that relationship, so it was over.
I'm just curious, if he had, I have no idea what your relationship was like.
Go for it.
If he had come to you and said, I love you, I care about you, this is something that I really need, how would you feel about allowing him to go out and do that, or would you we should just break up then?
Totally. I mean, I think that I was getting to the point of potentially being ready. But after he did that with someone else, then I was like, okay, no. And I literally did not speak to a man for 3-4 years. It was a very emotionally traumatizing for me. I was only 16.
Love is so rewarding when it's good, but it's so painful when it's bad. Even when you know you've been wronged. As time passes, it's hard to heal, especially if you don't have a solid support system. Luckily, BetterHelp, the sponsor of this video, is there for you when you need a little extra support to make it through hard times. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easy to fully media hours. You can even
What the fuck is this nigga, bro? Is he Spanish or what? Is he Spanish or Chinese, nigga?
Episode. Emotional cheating is worse than physical cheating.
What the fuck,
Okay.
bro?
Worse. I've been cheated on twice in the past year. The first was physical, the second was emotional. And to me, well, I don't want to bring it back to Jillian while she's standing over there, but we were talking about the concept of virginity, and she was only 16. The physical cheating aspect, I was cheated on because I wasn't, I suppose, being sexual enough, despite the communication that we had going on. I was just kind of being lied to the whole time. But emotionally, for me, that's what relationships are built on. So lying about something like that, or having someone else on the side that you're giving those parts of you to, when I truly just want to know the inner depths of your being, because we are in a relationship, it's just worse to me.
You hesitated to come up.
Hesitated to come up because I think the word worse is it implies that there is a level of significance to whether you act on it or not. And I think ultimately cheating comes down to managing your own thought life. And as far as what you said about you not meeting his physical needs, I'd like to...
It was her, but yeah.
Oh, her, sorry?
You're good, same deal.
I'd love to shirk that off of you, because what somebody else does in life...
It's not the same fucking deal, but
it's a reflection of them, not a reflection of you. So as far as the, I didn't meet physical needs of my partner, I think you can't really say that because if they weren't vocal about it, right?
Absolutely, which is like, that was the main reason and one of the only reasons that we broke up, and I called it off, and I was still never apologized to. It was never acknowledged that it even happened.
Yeah.
Because that betrayal was so tangent, it was a lot easier for me to let go of it. But having like a deep emotional connection with someone, I like tried again with an ex, and then I ended up getting emotionally cheated on. I had much more of a deeper investment in the character of that person, and I cared very deeply about where we were going in life and how we were growing together, and to sort of have that growth cut off, you know, is something different entirely. I do like what you said though about using the word worse and like how
there's like a level of significance to betrayal, whether it's actually executed with your body or not.
Yeah.
I think that
it's still a betrayal.
Yeah, it's still a betrayal, right?
I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like I feel fabulous.
She on that bit about to cry, man.
So I have a long history of cheating, unfortunately, and I have both
Damn.
physically cheated and emotionally cheated. The way my
Damn, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, I fuck with Sophie. She up front than a bitch.
So I have a long history of cheating, unfortunately, and I have both physically cheated and emotionally cheated. The way my various partners responded was
the cheater's looking in disgust.
physically cheated and
I mean, the
emotionally
fucking
cheated.
the cheated on looking in fucking disgust. Look, bro. This the shit Jubilee doing. They be talking about be nice in the comments because everybody human. Why the fuck after the cheater says I have been cheated? Let's see what she said again.
Way my various partners, and I have a long history of cheating, unfortunately, and I have both physically cheated and emotionally cheated. The way
Shawty said I got a long history of cheating, and I go physically cheated and emotionally cheated, and they fucking put the camera on like the two main cheated on. Yo, that's fucking crazy. These niggas look sick, especially bruh. Bruh look sick as fuck, bruh. She look like, alright, bitch. Okay, alright, bitch. Playing my face. He's just looking like, should I have even remarried? Should I have even forgave that bitch? Like,
my various partners responded was different. I don't think that it's fair to say one is worse than the other.
Yeah, I kind of agree, because at first I was standing back there, I'm like, physical has to be worse, but then I'm like, everybody has a different standard or a different experience. Yeah. I can't say what's worse for somebody else, what maybe for me. The other thing is, I don't understand, I'm not sure I even know what emotional cheating actually is.
That's what
I'm sitting there, I'm like, what is emotional cheating?
What that means at all.
So emotional cheating, like when, let's say, you're going to someone and talking to them about the problems in your relationship, and they're offering.
She did that shit. That's why she's able to. She's giving the best example from experience, nigga.
Offering that advice, they're offering you comfort.
Boy, she missing that shit. Boy, look at that smile. What the fuck?
They're giving you everything that you want.
Yeah, that you're desiring at that point when you're actually supposed to be going to your spouse or to the person that you're with.
I agree with you, but I would take that a step further and say you can emotionally cheat and like they not know about your spouse or your partner. Like it's about having a relation, like you're talking to them with the way you talk to your partner. Because I have my my high school sweetheart. I was in love with someone else. I was in love with two people at the same time. It was very complicated. But before anything ever physically happened, I was emotionally cheating on my boyfriend at the time because I was talking to this guy like he was my boyfriend too, even though we weren't together. You know, and I know people who have divorced, who have left their marriages because it was like, well, I've fallen in love with someone else, even though we've never done anything physical. Whereas by that same token, you can also have like a one-night stand and it be purely physical and not emotional cheating at all.
It's funny because like it seemed like you're describing when you're trying to get to know about somebody because you want to date them. So that's why it's kind of like really.
Let me help you.
Yeah, it's kind of like confusing.
Emotional cheating begins when you have a relationship with somebody that your partner is not aware of.
Okay.
And a romantic relationship.
Yeah.
So for me.
God damn it. Hold on. She talking about. Look, she.
Okay.
And a romantic relationship.
Yeah.
So for
She like she said yeah, because that's like, bitch, no, any relationship, because obviously if you hiding them niggas, it's an issue. Come on, bro.
me, you know, I think lots of things. I look at lots of people. I expect that whoever I'm with is thinking whatever they're thinking while they're looking at people. And relationships that we all have with each other, you know, for me, like my girlfriends and I've been cheated on and cheated, and it's all complex and complicated and based on a case per case basis. Until they take action, some kind of action where they're physically engaging with another person, they're not cheating on me as far as I'm concerned, because they're living life as a human being and they're just feeling and thinking and fantasizing and doing all the things that we all do because we're human beings, and that's what we do.
And that's how you feel.
Yeah,
about it.
that's how I feel about it. That's why I said it about 3 or 4
As
times.
someone who has cheated, did you feel, if you've ever felt some type of way, whether it be guilt or anything, did you feel worse about emotionally cheating or physically cheating?
I've never emotionally cheated. I'm a human being and I live my life. And if I think something or I have a relationship with her where I'm telling her about my relationship and I'm falling in love with her, that's okay. I can feel that. But until I do something about it, I haven't cheated. I haven't done anything to my partner.
I've been cheated on multiple times, you know? So it's just like, and it's always been like a physical thing, and it's really hurt me. And that's why I think the physical is worse for me personally than maybe the emotional would be, but I can totally see both sides. Because emotional is, but emotional is difficult too. But for me, the thing that sets my like romantic relationship apart from a best friendship is the intimate, physical stuff. For me, I can have tight relationships with other guys, but I'm not gonna go sleep with them because I'm not romantically involved.
Oh, I'm still very close with my high school sweetheart.
Totally.
We're very good friends.
Yes, and I have exes too that I can be like, we're chill, you know, but I'm not gonna go hook up with you in the car, like, you know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
and we have that trust. Like I said, I think at the end of the day, it's situational. It's for some people, emotional cheating might be worse. For some people, physical cheating might be worse. For some people, it's the same. Yeah.
They got bro fucked up. I just feel like bro looking at his ding the whole time, bro.
Let's move on to the next prompt.
Okay.
I would date someone who cheated on others in the past.
Obviously, obviously you
I
would,
agree
nigga.
wholeheartedly. A person's past is indicative of who they were at that point in time, not necessarily who they want to become or who they are in the present moment. And I think what's most important is who we are in the present moment.
What the fuck is she supposed to be? Is she just a therapist, nigga? Like,
because
she seems so emotionally mature and she gives me like a psychologist, bro.
I believe people can change. I changed, so I believe that. Now, can you make someone change? Like, you know, obviously not, but I agree with that.
Yeah. No, I agree wholeheartedly. I feel like if somebody did something, you know, say for example in their 20s and they're in their mid 30s now, I can't hold them to that past.
Right.
There's things that I've done, and so I feel like it would be wrong for a person to say, hey, you can't change, you can't come out of that, and so who am I to say, I'm not going to date you because you did something to somebody else. And I think those are things that you would only figure out like the surface level stuff early on anyway, before you get down to the deeper details.
I am currently dating somebody who used to cheat, maybe even worse than I did. And I mean, to your point about cheating in your 20s, I think the last time I cheated on anybody was maybe like 5 to 7 years ago. And, you know, like I was saying before, my partner and I, we made a commitment to each other to help each other be the best versions of ourselves that we can be. And I'm very secure in my relationship. I have my moments, but that has more to do with like me than it does him. When he goes out, I'm like, oh, see you later. Like it doesn't, there's no doubt in my mind that he.
This is Buick, now.
Is faithful.
Since I began my marriage as an
out in my mind that he is faithful.
Since
What do you mean? No doubt in your mind that he isn't
there's
faithful,
no doubt
right?
in my mind that he is faithful.
Since I began my
Unfaithful.
marriage as an affair, the man that I have been with
Wait.
for the since I began my marriage as an affair, the man that I have been with for the last 10 years is the man that I cheated with. I proceeded to have 3 of his babies, and we now have a fabulous life. But in the beginning, the amount of paranoia and anxiety that came from the fact that you cannot control anybody else's behavior but your own was insane. And so I think
Why the fuck she spitting, bro? She spitting, bro.
the amount of
Fuck, bro. She spitting, bro.
paranoia and anxiety that came from the fact that you cannot control anybody else's behavior but your own was insane. And so I think coming to terms with accepting the realization that what is inside of my control and what is outside of my control was liberating.
I'm interested to hear the disagreeers because, again, I think we have 3 people on the cheater side and then 1 on the cheated on. So disagreeers, please step forward.
I don't disagree. I didn't hear the prompt. So.
I actually, yeah, I think I honestly.
I mean, everything everybody said sounds great on a Christmas card, I guess. If I'm being honest, because at the end of the day, I think, I don't say that disrespectfully, I mean, at the end of the day, we all still are human beings, right? And we go off experience, okay? For instance, in my situation, I was married, but at the time, I didn't know how many times prior to that she cheated, right? So again, when you meet somebody, you don't straight away know off the bat, oh, they've been cheating. As you go along and as you go through the situation, you start to go back to this conversations and stories you've had, and it's like, oh, that was the behavior that was always there, you just didn't know it, right? Would you take a banker who's stolen money in the past? You kind of gonna be like, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Like, so I think it's situational and how you meet the person and how you grow. Like, even you said, you had your affair and now you're married with 10 years with 3 kids. It grew into something, but you started off with paranoia, but
right.
It grew into something real, right? So I think it's, again, very situational.
I mean, it was even real in the affair, okay? So like, I kind of want to get ahead of the narrative that like, people fall in love when they cheat because it's a fantasy. And I think if it were a fantasy, it wouldn't hurt so bad, right? So I really like to keep it in the reality sector just because I think it invalidates the experience. And what you just shared actually hits on the fact that your ex-wife, your ex-wife had serial cheating. And I am of the belief that serial cheating exists if you don't understand why you do it. So if we do not actually do the deep dive and understanding why we behave the way that we behave, we'll never be able to correct. So from the beginning, she was deceitful with you, right? Like, I think that if I get the opportunity in the future to go into another relationship, which it's already disclosed on the internet, so whatever, but I'm going to be upfront, you know? Like, I have a history of deceiving people I love, and I am capable of it.
I'm curious, do any of you guys have kids?
We do.
Yes, we do.
And I think that brings up a whole nother dynamic for me when I went through mine, because
Yes, we do.
and I think that brings up a whole nother dynamic for me when I went through mine, because I had kids involved, and that was kind of like, and you know, it's like, not saying that's worse or better, because cheating is cheating, regardless. But again, being real and being a human being, you're gonna react a different way because you've got kids involved.
So I'm gonna
Do you think you're gonna be a lot more, you know, when you go and date again, would you be a lot more stringent on your requirements than now that you do have your own kids?
I think that's just a natural thing. Not saying that's justifiable, but like, you're gonna have standards. You've been through one thing, there's certain things that you're gonna not tolerate. The whole dating thing is kind of put on hold because my focus is on kids, especially in a society that downplays fathers in their kids' lives. And because I came from a 2-parent household, I'm very like, I'm gonna be there for my kids no matter what. Like, even right now, if they're called right now, I'll be out of here.
I want to hear more from the disagreeers. Is that like a requirement now that if they were a cheater in the past, you won't even consider dating them, or is it case by case?
It's interesting. For me, I think it is case by case. The main reason for me disagreeing with this prompt is because it's about the serial cheating thing. Like, the person who physically cheated on me was a serial cheater before me, and has continued to be like since our breakup. And I would never, ever, ever touch that with a 10-foot pole again.
I was a serial cheater.
How'd you change?
Well, here's the thing.
I'm about to say, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get to that. I'm the only child of a single mom, so there was no father at home. There was no example of what a healthy relationship is in terms of a man and a woman. So, and I grew up with a lot of female energy, so I had aunts and grandmothers and stuff who were all raising me. So I had a very emotional aspect to my being, and so because of that I craved female attention, and so whenever females would give me attention, it was just like, oh, if they wanted to do whatever, I was on board. I'm like, let's go, you know, it's life, and this is great. And then after about, after starting to mature and grow up a little bit, I'm like, this doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel like the right thing to do, I can't even explain it. It just kind of descended into my being. And I was like, this is not you. You're not this person. And that's where I found one sense of my character and integrity about myself.
I am also a serial cheater, and my partner was a serial cheater as well. And we were very honest with each other in the beginning. As soon as it was serious, hey, I have this history. Oh, me too. And he was able to communicate to me, this is why I made these horrible choices. So I am confident that he wouldn't make those choices again.
For those who have been serial cheated and now found themselves or gone through and understand, I guess what would you say to the people who have been...
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck,
serial cheating on them. Because it's interesting, like, you guys have gone through something and you figured stuff out, and you always hear those people who are like, why am I always finding that guy or that girl, and they're always cheating on me? Like, how, what do you say to them?
I'm speaking from experience, not with cheating, but with other things, that sometimes when someone has trauma from a relationship, that you enter your next relationship thinking, oh, this person's gonna save me. This is gonna be the person who fixes my trauma. And it becomes this cycle of trauma where that person then is like, oh, this person thinks of me as their savior, and they'll take advantage of that. And that is not, I'm not victim blaming. That is not to say that, and it's your fault.
No, but that's a relationship thing.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is like, in relationships, when you find yourself finding the same kind of people, you have to stop finding people and go, what is it about me? What do I have to figure out about me and what's going on? And how I feel about other people and what my boundaries are and all.
I'm kind of done with this shit. We playing game, y'all boys. Doo-doo. Boo, 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 boo. Let's see. Are we in there? Ooh, right here. This ain't no place for it. What the fuck we playing? Dead by Daylight. Right? Hold on. Yeah. Now we talking. Let's start this shit up. Let's crank this shit up. Crank this shit up.
sandwich. Hey man, turn me my keys. Sure. Who's gonna save my keys?
All right.
You need to definitely make that right with Kai.
Oh, for sure.
And Kai's mother.
For sure.
And the family of Harry's husband.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
You did a video saying you're gonna be able to show them all. So hit
Okay.
that. Find the mic for us.
It was nice. Nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a quick 2-minute interview from him.
Nice to meet you, man. They wouldn't even shake my hand, bro. They didn't even shake my hand. None of them. All right.
You need to definitely make that right with Kai.
Oh, for sure.
And Kai's mother.
For sure.
And the family of Harry's husband.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
You did a video saying you're gonna be able to show them all. So hit
Okay.
that. Find the mic for us.
It was nice. Nice to meet you as well.
It'll be all right. It's fine. Hold on, Neil. I'm gonna grab a quick 2-minute interview from him.
With that Flash of Light song, I remember getting to the studio in New York before he got there. The engineer was like, well, I got the song pulled up, and I got his reference vocal. He already had, how he wanted the hook to go. So I went in the booth, and I did it Dwelle style. I did the main line.
This is dumb shit, bro.
As you recall, just the main
Get
melody.
me out of this shit.
Then I started putting all of these Dwelle harmonies over the joint, taking it up, bringing it down, doing all this craziness in there. And we were all listening to it like, yeah, it's smack. Kanye walks in, so we greet, sit down, talk, catch up for a minute. And he's like, all right, let's cut this. I'm like, I already cut the vocals. He's like, oh, okay, let's hear it. And I put it on, he's rocking to it, hook is over, he's like, that's dope. But I'm trying to rock stadiums. I'm like, okay. He was like, so let's take away all the harmonies and let's just leave that melody. So we snatched all the harmonies, we just left the melody. He played it. He's like, that's it. And that was it. So I came out of that situation learning that sometimes less is more. With that Flash of Light song, I remember getting to the studio in New York before he got there. The engineer was like, well, I got the song pulled up, and I got his reference vocal. He already had, how he wanted the hook to go. So I went in the booth, and I did it Dwelle style. I did the male.
Fuck they talking about? I'm not trying to do that hell raise shit, bro. Oh shit, I forgot to play for a second, bro. Shit. Fuck. Where am I? Damn, nigga. Oh shit.
Jade, I'm getting close to the drop zone.
Find some shelter and wait. Most of the drops seem to fall exactly in that area.
What the fuck, bitch? I ain't gonna lie, she about to get her ass painted. What the fuck? That whole fighting. Hell no, bitch. I'm scared, bitch. What the fuck? Hell no. The fuck, bro? Hello?
Hey, you dumbass fucking bitch. I just want to fucking tell you
Whoa,
to
whoa.
stop talking about me. Stop talking about me. Stop talking about things I said to you. I don't care what's going on. I'm going to tell you really briefly. You got this girl come to my phone, talk about some why Joel said that. I already told y'all both at the same time that I was talking about how you wouldn't fuck her in this, that, and the third. I don't care that she's coming to my phone. Don't talk about me. I'm going to just say that don't talk about me.
I didn't talk about you. What the fuck is you talking about?
Okay, cool. Because she's sitting there saying that you went to her asking her questions. So
Who
I'm
is
saying,
saying?
like,
Who the fuck?
oh, the girl, the bitch, Johnny. Or I loaded.
I haven't.
Don't, not somebody. Hold on, I'm gonna read you what she said. I'm gonna just read you what she said.
What the fuck I gotta talk about you for?
Chill out, chill out. I said I never exactly told you Jovo was trying to fuck me. I told you he was on that dumb shit. She definitely said he was trying to fuck me, so she's a liar ass bitch. And then, cause why would I come to you and say that? Anyways, she said, but of course he wanted to know why I told my friend he tried to fuck. So I guess you went to her and asked her why you said that. Either way, stop fucking talking about me, cause this bitch is on my
And then
phone tweaking. I'm up to had it with you dumbass niggas, bro. I don't even be doing that.
you gonna let me speak, or you gonna like hang up on me and shit and woo doo? You straight? What's her IG? Cause I gotta like.
Don't, please don't go to that.
No, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not finna say, bro. What I'm trying to say to you. Listen for a second. Listen for a second. You remember I told you I asked her for your shit when I said tell her unblock me? That's the last time I spoke to her. I don't have you know what I'm saying? Like we don't have a relationship. You get what I'm saying? I don't I don't got the girl number. I'm trying to show you these DMs. I'm wondering if I'm blocked or some shit. I keep looking at Lotus. You know what I'm saying?
She disabled her Instagram, so you probably not gonna find it.
Oh. Well, you called me like, you called me tripping. You feel me? So, why you ain't ask me, shorty?
You know what? And that's exactly what I just taken it. So,
I don't got, you feel me? I don't got nothing, I don't got nothing to say about you. You know what I'm saying? Nigga grown as fuck. You grown as fuck. You feel me? Like,
how much weed you want?
ain't nothing.
I'm listening to you. Okay, you want like a mix or you just want one? We can like do a mix. Yeah. Girl. Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry. Let me call you back after. I'm sorry for pressing you though. Like, I'm gonna just say that right now. I apologize. I shouldn't have come at you like that. I should have just asked you a question, and that's my fault. Not too much.
I ain't doing I ain't saying nothing.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm on. You feel me? I'm cool.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You straight.
Alright, I'll talk to you soon.
Alright.
Alright.
What the fuck, bitch? Y'all, what the fuck, bitch? What the fuck? Cardi J, yo, J Good, yo, what the fuck, bitch? What the fuck, bitch? They think I'm over here. What the fuck I got to say about you? Alright, y'all boys. I ain't gonna lie, fuck that shit. Look. She called me on stream. I ain't even say I was on stream, but like, fuck, cuz. I know a dime, right? We talked for a couple days, we stopped talking. You know what I'm saying? We were just cool, whatever, right? I know another dime. Me and other dime cool. Me and other dime ain't talked for like a year or whatever. I see that they friends, you feel me? And I see her who friended up with the other, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm blocking nigga. I'm like, tell your friend, you feel me? Like, unblock me. I thought I was blocked. I wasn't blocked, supposedly. So me and first friend, we cool again, yeah. While the first friend telling me, shawty say I want to grease and shit and all type of, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like she saying certain shit where I'm just like, when the fuck I said, fam? Cuz, I don't care if a bitch say, I said I was gonna eat her ass. Like, nigga, if I said it, what I'ma say, cuz? If I said that, what I'ma say? No. If you smell to you delta, nigga, what the fuck? Like, if I said it, cuz, niggas grown as fuck, nigga gonna stand on business. Niggas over here talking about woody woo. Not saying she said that, you feel me? But niggas talking about woody woo, this and that, etc., etc. Like, I'm like, where the fuck? When the fuck? When I haven't? When the fuck? When? What the fuck? You feel me? Niggas getting lied on. Niggas dead. I'm 24 years old. Niggas getting lied on, cuz. Straight up. Niggas getting fucking lied on, man. And then, I'm telling Shorty, like, bro, that's cavalry. You know what I mean? Whatever. She just called me on that bullshit, talking about the same friend who said whatever. Supposedly I came to her saying this, and that. Nigga, what the fuck? When? I don't even remember what she just said, fam. I don't remember what she just said that I was saying. But I remember enough in the moment where I was like, what the fuck are you even speaking on right now? What the fuck is you even speaking on right now? Grown ass man going to women he don't even fucking know like that, bro. I don't even know nan one of them like that, bro. You get what I'm saying? I don't know nan one of them like, huh. This shit ain't, fam. Niggas talking about not Pete, bruh. Fam. Man. 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 Let me get my chat box, man, cause what the fuck going on? Like, what the fuck was that? No, what the fuck was that, y'all boys? What the fuck was that? Like, and shit like that be having me like, look, fam. Hold on, bro. Let me get this shit right. Niggas just trying to play the game and shit, man. Fuck. Shit like that be having me like. It just be having like, man, like. Why the fuck would you even think of me like that? Why the fuck would you even think of me like that? You feel me? Like, when bitches ask me for money or something. It's like, yeah, not like, you know, oh, you think I got money or something, but it's just like, why would you think I fuck with you like that to just send you money or just get you some food or just, you know what I'm saying? Like, out of the blue, like, what the fuck? Like, are you my bitch? Are you my bitch? Are you? What is we talking about, bro? Shit crazy out here, fam. No, shit really crazy, bro. I need water, bro. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Okay. Man, yo, why I tell you, man? Why? I don't got nothing to say. Cause why the fuck she sounds so close though? Like, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck she got up here though. Okay, let me see what that is. I gotta clear the area? Fuck. What my weapons? How's okay. Oh yeah, I see her. Oh yeah. I get it. How was she just up here? I'm about to beat her ass. Oh shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Clear area internal power. Yeah, fuck it. I'm trying to break the game and shit. I don't got no like how. Maybe it's inside. Wow. Okay, I'm ass. My ass fucking. I played. Damn, nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you, that's not playing. Okay, I get it. Damn, bitch. Fuck. Fuck. I don't got no fucking gun yet, bro. Fuck. Oh, wow. Man, what the fuck? I need to go some fucking well, bro. Where he went? Alright, bro. Damn, nigga. Get the fuck out there. Gotta get that fucking crate. How the fuck? Okay. Well, how the fuck these niggas keep catching on fire? Okay, what the fuck am I gonna? Cuh. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I ain't even. Fuck that nigga. I ain't actually mean to do that. Fuck that shit. Wow. How the fuck do I get up there? Okay. Wow. Wow. Fuck. Nigga, finally. Fuck, man. Oh shit. Nigga, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. I don't know how to do that shit still. I just murdered her daddy, man. Oh, I can't grab poles? Oh, shit. I didn't know I couldn't. Fuck. Ooh. She up. Mm. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh shit, bitch. Oh shit, bitch. Shit, bitch. What the fuck is that? What the fuck type of shit that is, bro? Okay. Alright, let's try that shit again. How fucking turn fast over? Fuck is that? What the fuck was that, nigga? Nigga, what the fuck was that? I took toxic waste or some shit? The fuck? Man, that airdrop long gone, nigga. errand boy. Oh, I said, what my map look like that, man?
Just met Rise. There's no question that's Suleiman. Guy's a psychopath. He's gone from ruthless politician to fucking warlord.
Is he aware of your affiliation with us?
No, he thinks I'm just a guy from the tower. In fact, he's making me jump through hoops before he'll give me any antizin.
Acknowledged. Continue to do as he asks. Remember, we need that file.
Great. Crane out. What exactly am I doing?
Radio communication has been pretty spotty in the quarantine. These modulators will help boost the signal, so Rise can communicate with Outpost at a reasonable cost.
That's a benefit for everyone, not just Rise.
Perhaps. But the Emperor must monitor his empire.
Where the fuck is bro going though? Alright, I'm gone, bro. Oh shit. Don't give a fuck about nothing.
Reem, at the first antenna.
If the power's not on, you'll have to turn it on. There'll be a switch in the small building at the antenna's base.
Okay, I see it.
I'm shouting because this fucked up infected motherfucker with guts
Mm-hmm. Got him. Oh shit, don't matter. Oh shit. I can climb poles. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck, bro? Whatever. Okay. Oh shit. Cool. Yeah, nigga. Let's do it. I'm out of there. I'm gone. Bro, I gotta go back to what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck, bro? Funny. Small was broken. I can't add butt fed. I already got shit, bro. Give me a strap. Wait, so it saved my progress, so I should just be able to go back up, right? Fuck. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck niggas supposed to slam dead into a wall, bro. Clear the area. Fuck. Think she leaving shit. He ain't leaving shit. Fuck. That was it? Fuck. Damn. Okay. I'm done. Alright, y'all.